Welcome to space. What were you expecting? It's a dangerous place. Thank you for investing. Go there for your rota, there for your orders. Fill up these quotas, we'll bill for your quarters. Report to your foreman, but watch for marauders. Cause if you get eaten, there's fees for your mourners. Prosperity's there in the care of magnates. In halcyon heaven awaits. Did you think it was supposed to look like the poster? It mostly does, oh, if you'd only read closer. Just 10 short years to a new frontier. Snooze as you cruise and you'll wake up here. You've been trapped in that ship for an awful long time, so perhaps you have simply forgot what you signed. Oh, honestly, did you not read the colony policy that defined you as company property? That wavers your say in autonomy. The conglomerates got you in lock and key. We put the dollar back into idolatry. If you're upset, you can rent an apology. We are a family forged in bureaucracy. No I in teen, but there's con in economy. Were you expecting adventure? Were you hoping for fun? My friend, you're indentured and pleasure's exempt from your tenure. So venture back down to your slum that's provided at generous prices. Your worth is determined by your sacrifices. A small term of service went down on the surface. Internment's a freebie that comes with the purchase. To earn the right to work. 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 To earn the right to give ourselves the right to die. Ourselves the right to live. To earn the right to die.
To our little town, why don't you settle down? You just fill out the paperwork and you could look around. We're happy as can be inside the valley cannery. We live to pack the cans of meat and not to question where it's found until we end up in the ground around the corner in the yard. You know, we thought we liked the sound of finding glory in the stars. The borders taught us to be proud of never reaching very far. So we earn what we're allowed and give it right back at the bar.
The ale to cure what ails you. Zero G brew, your favorite flavor. So work till you bleed, ennobled by labor, then purchase relief from your local retailer. If you'd rather drop dead, that's fine, but you know to dropping down dead, there's a fine. So you do your job and I'll do mine. I gotta meet a 6 foot deep bottom line. We make a fortune for the board by selling boredom door to door, because it's all that we deserve and it is all we can afford. The secrets of the universe and all the worlds to be explored, but our dreams are back on earth and now the work is our reward. And you'll be grateful for seats at the table, though it dips at one end and the bench is unstable. You may waste your days, but at least you were able to pay off your grave since we leased you your cradle. Be faithful and pray we'll repay what you invest. Behave as you slave for humanity's interest. On account that you're all on account and we're quickly amounting humanity's interest. You'd think that we'd sink to the brink of rebellion with markets dependent on peddling weapons. The architect tells them the secret to heaven is simply consuming whatever we sell them. We work to earn the right to work. 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 To earn the right to give ourselves the right to buy. Ourselves the right to live. To earn the right to die. You should have read the fine print, my friend. Should have read the fine print. You should have read the fine print, my friend. Should have read the fine print. Welcome to our little town. Why don't you settle down? You just fill out the paperwork and you can look around. We work and then 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 we end up in the ground. Welcome to our little town. Why don't you settle down? You just fill out the paperwork and you can look around. We work and then we work and then we work and then we work and then we work. Should have read the fine print. Here and here and initial here. Welcome to the family.
Got it, Mama. Hello
Still
again.
fucking muted. God damn it.
There, I sorted my files properly now.
Oh, good. What's up, Bob? Welcome in. We've got Modern Men Lost Again. We've got Dr. 10th Man over here, and we've got Grim backstage. Let's add him. And Beth, of course. And we are trying to do a salvage stream from the absolute destruction that 10th Man has been perpetrating on himself.
You're welcome.
On himself.
Makes all you guys laugh when I fuck up, don't it?
It does. I think it's hilarious. It's like
making everybody
a lot of the tree.
a happy.
And hey,
So proud.
Sasquatch, I want to point out from the video that was the intro here. Do you see?
Yeah.
That's my girl Betty right there.
Oh yeah, I like Betty Boop. Here's how that video came to pass. I was randomly scrolling through random freaking music on YouTube, trying to find something with a good bounce and a hook and something. And while I was doing that, I was like, I just had a playlist of old cartoons playing muted, just kind of blindly clicking through, and I got a phone call. I answered the phone and I looked over and noticed that song and that particular video seemed to sort of go together pretty well. And I started giggling and just hung up on the guy I was talking to and recorded it. It just tickled me. It made me laugh.
It tickles you all.
Love it.
That's what
Girl, there, bro.
your sound is so much better. We could hear you. Earlier on, oh, it's so bad.
Broken, bro.
Yeah, I
What'd
thought
you
you
do?
were broken.
Oh, there we go. That's better. You've got your gains. No, actually, it was 10. What happened? I'll tell you what happened. 10th Man had a live stream going. He dropped the he stopped the live stream and started another live stream within a few seconds. And so it didn't resync to YouTube like it was supposed to for whatever reason. I've had it happen once before, and it was in almost exactly the same situation. We ended a live stream, picked up another one like we just did without giving it time to actually set up. All right, so I got some videos, but do y'all want to just talk mad trash first? Because the name of this is Hot Trash Fire. So y'all go for it.
Oh Lord.
Did we already talk about Beth's debate?
No.
Have we got a link? Give me a link. Where's the link?
Oh.
You don't want to do it? We'll do something different.
We can do it. I don't care. It's really long.
We
so
could go
we're not
back
gonna
and
get
watch
through all
10th
of it.
Man ruin his freaking existence. I don't know.
No, I already deleted that.
Not that one. The other one.
You're
We take it
kidding.
right up to the edge.
The short.
No. The original.
No, that's all gone.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
you mean?
out, but the actual stream's still up, so you can see the activity.
No, I cut that out.
Yes, of course. Obviously. Right. It's those sleeping pills, people. Like, just he'll catch up in a few minutes. He'll be right here with us. Something about old dogs, new tricks, and strange drugs. But
I just smoked more weed. I'm no good.
I will too. That's a good idea. I like your plan. I accept your terms, sir. What's up, Missing Link? Oh, did I not put the links in chat? I thought I did. I put it somewhere.
You put it in there, but you just didn't pin it.
That's what happened.
You don't want to be perfect, allegedly.
I mean, y'all can try, but I'm already here. Is this the debate, Modern Man?
Oh no, that was just if you run out of ideas, it's fresh on the horizon.
We haven't met often, have we?
Who me and you?
About that running out of ideas bit. This is sort of an endless font of bullshit over here, bro.
The debate is over on Grid's channel, An Unreasonable Man.
Yeah.
Never heard of an unreasonable man.
I was just asking somebody to do my homework for me.
Oh, sorry. My hands are just slightly busy at the moment.
No comment.
I was going to ask you for Son's friends were over.
That's the reason why I said no
No.
comment.
Hilarious.
Okay.
No.
We're going to start
What's
with...
a welcome to your son's friends?
This is Grid One's... Shit, do it right, damn it. This is Grid One's channel link. Don't leave until we're done. I'm assuming it was on a live.
Yeah.
1 hour ago.
Yep.
All right.
You're gonna
And what kind of timestamp are we looking for?
I apologize, guys. I'm trying to watch Modern Men's video here. I know that you're that's kind of what you do, right? This is actually pretty funny.
Yeah.
So the
That's
best way to look at it, Sasquatch, is opening statements and then the very end of it.
Well, how about we
in,
start with
between,
the warning?
in between, it's a shit show.
Can I ask about this video here though? Because I mean, I jumped on your channel the other day. What is the correct name that you want me to call you?
you can call me
Who, me?
Laundry. You can call me
Oh, that one.
Landry. You can call me Modern Man. MMLA. I really don't
What do you
care.
prefer?
I mean, I have no
Landry?
preference, to be honest. I mean, I just have so many that I don't care. Laundry's great. Call me something degrading.
So I mean, I was on your channel the other day, and I asked a few questions about it. What did you see in Jack where you thought you're going to be able to bring him to the next level? And I didn't ask you that. I asked you some questions alluding around that, but I was just like curious because I mean, obviously you came in to try to save Jack or do something with Jack or make Jack bigger or do something for yourself. I'm just curious, like what were you trying to accomplish with that?
So, and I've been asked this a few times, but essentially the story is just that I was looking for somebody to work with because I've always worked with. If I can collaborate, I'm always better. You know, my creative skills are better. So
Mhm.
I saw his show was full of a bunch of nonsense, a bunch of people who hated him, hate watching, and I was like, maybe I could help you out with some editing and some other stuff. You know, I designed a couple T-shirts for him. I fixed up his website. And then, you know, he just was upset that I didn't want to end wars. So we parted ways. But I mean, for me, it wasn't really him
No,
in
no,
particular.
tell the truth. When you guys had the courtroom on Dusty's, he said you didn't ask him about his dreams.
That's why that video is so great, because it was like, I thought it would kiss his ego, but it instead it made him even more mad.
That's what he said. He said those words, Vibe. He said, Landry, you didn't ask me about my dreams. And I'm down in the chat and I'm like, did that motherfucker just say he didn't ask him about his dreams?
Well, I mean, so I mean, I look at Jack, and he says he's a Christian, which I'm okay with, but
Does
he
he say
wears he doesn't wear a cross. He wears he looks like a hippie from the 70s. It sounds like he's trying to do self-help, and like there should be no drama on his channel. It should just be self-help. That's kind of the way I feel that he wants to be presented. However, you've got Snafu and you've got Paul jumping on his channel, constantly degrading him, and then he just always goes, "Thank you, I appreciate that." Like, he just takes the shit. And I'm just kind of wondering, like, when you were looking to promote him, and these are my honest thoughts. I'm not trying to be derogatory or anything here. Were you trying to get him to what his message was, or did you discover his message actually never was that? He actually likes the drama, and that's where he wants to be.
Well, I mean, what happened is that he says he wants to end wars and all that. I say, well, if you're going to end wars, you need to be taken seriously. And nobody's going to take you seriously if they come to your channel and they see this. And he's like, okay, yeah, I agree. Let's clean this up. And so that's where he started. And then I was also helping him with just a few small things in the background. But then he's like, okay, let's do a documentary. And I'm like, I'm down to do that. It sounds like a fun project. So he gets here, and he doesn't talk about anything involving war or Trump. He just talks about his son and how he wants to see his son, and his family is all left him behind, and how everyone he has ever met leaves him and nobody loves him. And it was just really hard for me to get anything out of that. So I was essentially like, what are we going to do if I see you again? Is it going to be the same thing? Because how do we make a documentary out of this? And then we just started to have disagreements. He was mad I was spending too much time with Paul. And then, you know, he blew up that one day.
Yeah, I mean, because he definitely has a lot of haters that comes onto his channels, and he entertains them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, when I interviewed Jack, I had 3 hot mods sitting in the hot seat that were taking down comments actively before they went up. And you should have seen the back end of StreamYard. If you watch that interview, there's several times you see Jack just go. And that's because he can read the comments that have been taken out of chat in StreamYard. And so he was basically going back and forth between both chats, trying to figure out whether or not it was being moderated enough for him to accept it. And I still think I pissed him off before the end of the show.
But what did you think about because see, the thing that I'm trying to do here is I'm still trying to work with whatever I have left. And if that's just this whole weird space of the panel shit that I didn't really know what I was getting into. If there's still a story there, I still think it should be told. You know what I mean? But there might not be a story here.
I would run away from Jack.
I mean, he's running away from me now.
Good.
As a gonzo pseudo journalist, I would like to tell you that there is a never-ending story, but can you handle the smoke that comes along with it is the question.
I gotta say, bro, you did take a bit of a baptism of fire the way you balled in here like that.
Oh, absolutely, and it served me well. I think in the short term, in the long term, it remains to be seen.
Yeah, he just seems like a strange one to.
He was the only one I found.
Would have been my first pick on the panel verse to try to lift out of the mud.
I don't know, man. Like, Jack knows, a lot of people know Jack when it comes to like panelverse type stuff. Jack is something of a crossroad of giggles. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm from the South, man. We got tent revivals on every corner down here. Street corner preacher ain't nothing. You want a revivalist? We got you, right? And I don't see Jack as being very much different from one of these evangelists over here. He just has a different message, right?
Yeah, and I could definitely see that. I mean, he's got a following, and I think it'd be nice if he could actually just say his message, and all he has to do is to actually just not accept Ball or Snafu or those people on his channel, and he can actually communicate his message. It'd be pretty easy for him, but he chooses to.
Hold on.
I don't know. I've seen a side of him that tells me that a lot of what he's saying, he's fake, and he's looking for ways
Thank you, Landry.
Self-important.
But
you ask, and I shall provide.
I would run.
Oh.
I think. Everybody want to check their sound? Give me a sound check.
Wait. Do you want me to play the debate video that we were doing, or the one?
No, you got to before we close off on Jack Talcott, you got to hit me up with the. It's 2 minutes long.
I want to ask Vibe a
Go ahead
question.
and play his first. That's fine.
Vibe.
Yes.
What's Jack's message as far as you're concerned?
Oh, it's well, I actually honestly don't know.
Right, because I asked him some questions as a pseudo gonzo journalist.
Just be good.
And, yeah, no, because he's like, oh, we could do the resources and the happy things, and I'm like, right, but how would you get people to agree to how we allocate resources and stuff? He's like, you just convince them, and I'm like, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've never. I can watch him for like 5 minutes, and him talking about how to not be fearful, where I'm just like, yeah, I don't need to deal with this right now. So I've never really gotten to his message. So I don't know what Jack's message is.
Oh, listen, I've seen things in him, Vibe. Please trust me, that man is. He puts on a show, and then the second he gets the chance, he turns. And when he turns, it's damn near demonic.
So we have a request for a video. We're going to play it. Y'all can sit and listen or get kicked out until it's done.
Go for it.
Jack, I was wrong about you. You're my missing piece. You're living in your imagination, Landry. Jack, I'm just a modern man. You're a liar, Landry. You can't be trusted. I will give you all my time and energy, Jack. You're a fool. I promise I won't let you down. You never believed in Jack.
Bro, this is great.
Did he take the script from Dusty's and put it into this?
No.
Yeah. Landry, this is brilliant. This is brilliant.
Oh, everybody, let him have his say.
Talcott, I will learn how to be a better listener. We can escape this panel verse. Will you forgive me? I can't forgive you, Landry. What's that in the sky? Jesus. Is that you?
If you want to live like me, Jack, You and Landry need to finish what you started.
But Jesus, this modern man is a fool. Why forgive him?
Jack, forgiveness is the only way forward.
You're living in your imagination, Jesus. Forget about the machine lies. You are the true second coming, Jack Talcott. Okay, Jesus, I will forgive him. I guess they weren't lying when they said mirror. Oh, Talcott, you are a goofball.
Jesus, what now?
You and Landry need to finish what you started.
Greetings, brothers and sisters. Modern man is found again.
The scorpion, bro. That's awesome.
Okay.
Oh my God, that is brilliant.
I've just decided I'm not going to subscribe to Jack.
Wow.
I was going to ask you guys, is it worthwhile me subscribing? And that's just given me the answer. Thanks for that.
Oh, come on. That was great.
That was
If
brilliant.
by the end of a 1 hour stream you want to gouge your eyes out with the grapefruit spoon, sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, your ears too sometimes.
Real.
What up, smoking auditor? Send me money. Money me. Money now. Money me. Okay. So the grifting has been done for this 15-minute period. Oh yeah, right. Debate thing is what we were doing.
Everything between
Nope,
the.
that's not right. I forgot. I set all of mine up for producer controls. They're not the same. They look the same as the ones that are on Dusty's, but they're not. I don't have any of those. I need to go copy those. Yeet. Is this about right?
Potentially, like there's a couple minutes where we do very awkward introductions, and then we get into the opening statements. And the opening, I'm proud of my opening statement. I don't give a fuck. I'm fucking proud. And then it's just a shit show between the opening statements and Grid kicking me. not like kicking me off, but like, you know, yeah.
Spirited back and forth, great. Gets the views. If you guys just, if it
Can't wait
devolves
till we get to the
into
part where I
that,
call Middle Eastern culture Stone
I want
Age.
to be the most likely how life. Go tell your friends. Maybe Rob North, Liberty, but most of you got debates. Don't let them read the prompt is as the affirmative patriarchy. Confluence is taking the opposite view and saying men don't actually have it harder under patriarchy. I'm assuming that's what his viewpoint is. He will let us know. At any rate, go longer. I'm just hardcore. It's the overtalk. Shouting. He says that right.
See anything when I was reading my opening?
Let's
see how bad I look.
Hour and a half for that.
Jesus Christ,
Stop
Grid.
you.
I know. You're beautiful. You look like a spin.
Oh, he talks so much it makes me want to stab my ears out with pens.
All right, who gets the first opening statement?
I do.
Okay, is this you doing it?
About to. He does a quick sound check. Or I thought I heard an echo. Right now we're doing introductions. You know, hi, I'm Beth, and you did the whole laptop and then your channel.
Yeah. Okay.
Turn it back on because I'm an idiot like that. Nomad, 10th man.
Most people probably don't know me. I've only been on Grid's show a couple of times. I've been trying to cut my teeth into the YouTube debate sphere. I've been a small channel YouTuber for like a year and a bit now. You can find me on Confluence 358. I make political content that's trying to entertain and uplift for a center-right audience. So you should definitely check that out. And yeah, I think that's all I have to say about myself.
I had you as center left.
I was fixing to say, look, man, I'm looking straight at you, what you're wearing, and what's in your background, and I do not feel like that's a center right type room.
Yeah, no, he sounds center left badly. Like,
well, it's been my experience that a whole bunch of people who claim to be centerists are actually center left, and other people who claim to be centerists are radicals. Like,
can I insult some people?
In just a moment, let me insult them first. The radical coder claims to be a centerist and is he put radical in his freaking name to let you know how full of shit that is.
Fair.
Go ahead, 10th, insult some people.
That guy looks like a young version of Jack Talcott.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying this Harry Potter fucking broom in the background and this thing here, right? None of this says center right to me. None of it.
Yeah, that guy has a walking stick for aesthetics in the background.
Okay, now that we have you guys, your worldviews, Beth, you have the affirmative, which means
I called it a Harry Potter broom.
And just start talking, and I'll start the timer.
Okay. First of all, thank you to Grid for hosting this exchange tonight. This will be my first long-form debate here on An Unreasonable Man, and I'm honored to speak up for the men in the patriarchy. Thank you to Confluence for being so excited to take on this topic, or take this topic to a long form. Our speed to debate was a lot of fun, but I think we still had a lot more to say on the topic. And of course, thanks to everybody watching. Many people like to make this topic into a battle for control between the sexes. Like it or not, it's a joke to think that we're on equal footing. While there's certainly outliers in either sex, they are so inconsequential that they can barely be factored into the rule. Women of larger statures or who have always been tomboyish still tend to conform to typical gender roles, usually once the drive hits them to become a mother. So please forgive me as I'll be speaking past them generally throughout this debate. I've never believed that men and women can even compete with one another. We are complementary to each other by design of our Creator. From the beginning of mankind, it's been the men leading the way. Biblically,
I like it. Are you reading, or is this coming right off your desk? But are you reading it, or are you repeating it?
I'm reading it.
Okay.
Speaking, men are charged by God to lead his wife, family, and even his community. Tribally, men made the decisions for their families, and they were the force that ensured their survival and eventual flourishing into great nations. Sure, we had some queens. They did an excellent job sending men off into battles and posting men to secure their borders and having men build their infrastructure. But it has been the men who hunted the beasts and defended the families, and yes, like it or not, created the next generation. Women are indeed the vessel and provide that crucial nourishment to get a child to at least the age of 1 when it can begin eating food. But the truth is that we have a set number of eggs which will be released and more often than not passed with no child to show for it. Men never stop producing sperm. It determines the sex of the baby, and the sperm is capable of living within the woman's body for up to 5 days, just hanging out, waiting for an egg to possibly drop so they have something to fight over. Tough little bastards right from the start, despite countless unintentional or even intentional nut shots throughout a boy's life. I'm sure there's some men who may argue they're lucky too, considering where they get to hang out for damn near a week straight and the glorious death that they meet without a job other than an orgasm. It is the men who shoulder not only the work, but also the responsibility, who make up the great patriarchy so many of us lovingly speak of. However, the opposition would have them.
I agree with Grid.
In addition, what?
And none of our tops did read any of this to me. I would have said, "What are you doing?"
I got laughs. I saw it in the chat. That's why you saw me laugh, was I saw people.
I know.
Yeah.
You didn't tell me this part.
The rest of this gets dedicated to 10th Man, pretty much.
Do it again. Yeah, that's not going to work. I got to do it the other way. first of all.
Wow, you paused me at a bad facial movement. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm trying real hard technically to find you. You're right there, right here. All right. So here's the issue you're going to run into when you're doing your opening statements from a written statement. It's not a bad idea to write it down. Have it right there in front of you. Rather than reading it out verbatim, though, say what's in it off the dome. The reason I suggest this is your flexibility factor moving forward into a debate like this is going to be limited by the way when people write, they think a different way than they do when they speak. This is important, especially when writing scripts, to realize that you're not going to say things the same way in your head as you say them out loud. Now, this is very well done. I'm not saying anything negative about it. I'm just saying when quoting straight off the paper, it kind of fixes your brain into a certain thought process, and it's difficult to step out of that in a adaptive nature, if you get what I'm saying.
I do. And the reason why I tend to be, because like I don't write closing statements like ever, but the reason why I'm so zeroed in, especially with the opening statement, is I am so fucking nervous. Like I'm actually, I thought I was gonna throw up for a hot minute, so it takes me a minute to chill in. And Leah, this was only my third full length one-on-one.
All right, well, you're doing great so far.
To carrying their God-given job, they are now charged with impossible standards, overlooked despite their efforts, and often victimized by a world poisoned since the early days with feminism. The list of weapons used against men grows daily. Competing with women in the workplace, watching every word he utters to avoid an HR meeting, praying that a draft doesn't ship him away to risk life and limb, trying to walk off a broken leg so that he doesn't miss any work or shake his image of strength in the eyes of his family. And with his wife and children absorbing the rhetoric within the media, he now has a war within his own home. God forbid that he cries when his mother dies, wouldn't want to appear weak. He must work endlessly to meet the needs and buy all of the frills and shills of a materialistic world that his wife and children just have to have. That is, if he's even lucky enough to have children that he creates, thanks to the right of bodily autonomy. How about when life gets tough and his wife sees a better opportunity or even just lacks empathy? If he raises his voice in frustration, he runs the risk of going to jail and being barred from even calling his children. Here comes the divorce, where historically the mother gets custody and he gets put out of his own home and forced to pay alimony on top of the child support. Sure, he's eager to provide for his children, but not for his wife to go on dates. I have no doubt my opponent will bring feminism into this fight, so let's talk about it. Biologically, we see huge differences, whether we're speaking to size, hormones, or even thought patterns. This is why the idea of force doctrine has been so widely uncontested in any meaningful way. To those who say that it is arguable, I'd like to point your efforts to championing for Imani Khalif and the like thereof, and just leave you there. We all know they only cry when their sister or daughter is getting beat up by a man or approached in a bathroom. Yet, in a twisted turn of things, they just loaded up as more ammo to fire at the men after they encouraged it in the first place. Women are not oppressed. We are a protected class, even within biblical times. Most do not realize it, but the covenant of marriage and fulfilling patriarchal duties came under the threat of death. There is also Old Testament scriptures, which calls for the death of those who commit SA, and in some cases, the entire community that supported them. Women have always had the ability to work, even going back to gathering food and helping the man care for the community in tribal days. They've always had access to education, as we see from writings and art going back to the BC era. They've always been pampered based on jewelry and perfumes and so much more that's documented back to the ancient man. They have screamed for equality and in error been given exactly what they asked for. This is the true mistake of the benevolent patriarchy, as not the freedoms, the so-called equality, or even the pampered perks will ever be enough. At the end of the day, it is the man who is not missed as much. He was never there anyways, after all. He dies earlier on average, and his funeral will be small compared to the pension and life insurance that's passed along to those who carry his name. Regardless of how great that name is within society, regardless of how great or minute that name is within society, he has fought to even just be a man without having to apologize for it. This is the picture of patriarchy I pray you hear tonight, despite the incessant whining feministic rhetoric. Thank you to the husbands, the fathers, and the men who make humanity all that it is. I'm done.
All right. Perfect.
All right. All right. Children. Sicker.
Jimmy. I'm surprised Casper isn't screaming at me yet. He might have left.
No, see, we can listen to this guy's arguments if you want. It drove me to insanity. And then when I got up there and said, like, started questioning him about what he said, then he said that Afghanistan are patriarchies, and I'm like, I go look up Afghanistan, like, if I'm like, I never heard of that called a patriarchy before. And then it takes me a couple seconds. I was like, hold on. That's where they had the boy parties where a 13-year-old is on the cusp of manhood. So that's the best age to buy them at auction. And I brought that up and they didn't want to talk to me anymore. So, like, these people know nothing about the world because that's like what do they call it? A religious autocracy or whatever. And then he's like, oh, that's patriarchy. And I'm like, dude, man. I'm like, how old are you? He's like 40. I'm like, oh, my fucking God. How many books have you read?
And, like...
So now we're talking about Afghanistan being a patriarchy? That's the discussion? Like, because what was the prompt? It was like...
men have it harder under patriarchy.
Have it. So currently. So who thought? So should we bring up Russia? Should we talk about Russia's patriarchy?
I thought I addressed.
No, but it's the stupidest thing ever for them to be saying that we're not talking about westernized culture. Let's talk about China then. Like, what the hell are we talking about if we're bringing up Afghanistan and fucking Congo? Shut up.
And I swear to God, I think he had AI listening because his fucking closing statement was like, it addressed everything I said, like, to a T. Like, I mean, like, it was too good. Do you know what I'm saying? And too relevant to the argument. And there's no way he wrote it because he was arguing with me the whole time.
Okay.
It's
so
weird.
You made a statement in there about family courts. And historically speaking, you're largely correct. Men are tossed out of their own home.
It's getting better.
It is getting better. But at least in the last 5 or 6 years, the guys that I see being burned by family court set the fire themselves.
Some do. Okay. Some do.
And the ones that I see actually stepping up and doing all the things and showing up on time and being a man about it, right? These people are actually getting off pretty well. I wouldn't go say it was easy, like even by any stretch of the imagination, because I'm in Georgia and we're historically a mother state. And so you play immortal hell trying to get a kid out of a mother's hands in this state.
I had all the stats ready to go. I couldn't get him there. He just wanted to talk about Congo. I tried.
Congo?
Well, that was after I came. But no.
Throughout the debate, he kept bringing up Congo. He wanted to argue with me about Congo, and women are oppressed and women are mistreated. And I'm like,
what are you? One of those white guys for Kamala?
No, actually, he agreed with me on a whole bunch of my points, including that he says that there should be more patriarchy and that the problem is just that we haven't found the right balance of egalitarianism and patriarchy. But he agreed with a whole bunch of my points, and I still got kicked really hard.
Are you going to try to tell me that he doesn't look like a guy that would advocate for tampons in the men's bathroom?
think he would.
He absolutely does. I have no idea who this guy is, but looking at the context clues of his environment, right, which are very limited, I might add, oddly limited.
He says he's not. He says he's not a male feminist, and he's
I
very
don't believe him.
but he comes off like a male feminist for sure.
His background looks to me as if it's more like his vision of life. Minimal.
I'm thinking this is all he's allowed to have is like this one space, and
maybe his wife doesn't let him.
I don't know. I don't think his man has a wife. Hold on, I'll tell you in a little bit when he talks.
I don't think so.
Can I just say that your introduction, right? I know you're ready for the script, and I take what Sasquatch was saying. I actually thought it was really, really good. I even sort of understood it. I'm going to watch the whole thing later on today, only because I want to understand why he's talking about the Congo and not what you were talking about, which is a generalized situation and how that works patriarchal. You with me? You sort of give me a spoiler, but it's also left me thinking, I need to listen to this just so I can find out what the hell this guy was talking about.
I was having a hard time. I swear to God, I had to repeat my argument 10 times because he couldn't understand what I was saying. My argument was these are traditional patriarchal expectations that are now hardwired into men. They are driven to provide and protect and to be aggressive and take care of their family. And now on top of that, they have to deal with all of these horrible expectations where they've got to tiptoe through landmines. And yes, men have it harder under patriarchy than women do, because women don't have that genetically engineered drive to do these things and have to deal with all the bullshit that has come from our egalitarian fucking society that's ruining
Sasquatch at the end, when I went up to talk to Grid, it was everything I could do not to be old 10th man. I was very nice.
That guy. Yeah. Don't be that guy. And here's how I feel about it.
I gotta bounce. Thanks a lot for proving just how ugly and immature you are. It's been real. And just so you know, I don't really care about your problems.
Well, Grid really went off on me a bit at the end, and I took it as graciously as I could. By all means, I'm not that woman who's gonna, you don't like me. No, it's not like that. It's like, okay, fine. However, 10th man stuck up for me, and then all of a sudden I got more compliments than I've ever gotten. But Grid's a good guy. I mean, he's. I get along with him, and I understand that he doesn't have that filter. He doesn't think about people's feelings or how things sound. He just says it. Do you know what I'm saying? But
yeah. Are you ready? Are we ready for this? Okay, here's our repost, right? Repost.
Excellent. All right. Are you ready, Confluence?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Unfortunately, I can. I don't like your voice at all, and we haven't even gotten started yet. This is going to be hard, dude.
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay. Firstly, I am pro-patriarchy. So this is not a patriarchy versus non-patriarchy debate, but rather the question is who suffers more under patriarchy, men or women? Secondly, I do not see patriarchies as binaries. There's clearly degrees of patriarchal systems, and it is my contention that both the degree of patriarchy and how it is enacted determine how good its outcomes are. In this way, it is analogous to capitalism. I am pro-capitalism, but I, like most people, want some things to remain in the public sector, city police, for example. I also think there must be constraints put on capitalism because unfettered capitalism can lead a company's costs being offloaded to consumers in sneaky and immoral ways. For example, a company dumping waste products into the environment. I bring up capitalism only
confused right now.
patriarchal systems.
Right there, He totally fucked my brain up because I'm like, why is he talking about this? This has
That's
nothing
why
to
I
do
got
with
mad when I came up, because I had to listen to his nonsense, and then Grids ran his mouth.
it. Fucked that right there was the first time my brain went, error, something's wrong.
Right. That's because he opened a topic you weren't prepared to discuss. You studied up so specifically on the topic at hand that when something else was brought in, you panicked. You were like, "Oh shit, I haven't researched any of that." Oh no, what's gonna? That's the point. That's the purpose. That's the reason it's done.
It was more of like, why is he bringing this up? And I didn't even care because I was just going to say that has nothing to do with the topic. Move along. If he did bring it up in the debate, I was going to tell him to drop it. It has nothing to do with this.
Nothing to do with capitalism.
Homeboy playing Rocket League over there. What's your score, bro? Where are you ranked?
I'm editing a video.
Oh, okay. Feel like you zoned in on it, dude. Edit that thing just right, baby. You get it just right.
You're damn right, dude.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. What were you babbling about? 10th? Was it about you?
Maybe.
Okay.
I said, what the hell did it have to do with capitalism?
It has nothing to do with the prompt.
Right. No,
he does a lot of that.
He's doing the activism thing that they do where they add in topics for them to discuss so that they can stay on their indoctrinated points. Right.
Yeah.
Just so everybody can hear it. Hold on.
In the same way, if put it to consumers in sneaky and immoral ways, for example, a company dumping waste products into the environment. I bring up capitalism only to make an analogy with patriarchal systems. In the same way, if patriarchy is not correctly balanced, it goes too far, or if it's unconstrained,
we don't have video though.
Disastrous upon women. Thirdly,
why does it do this to me? Is it because I'm a piece of shit? That's what it is, ain't it?
I want to point out that I think Beth and I agree on a lot, and so we're going to be doing our very best to find the points of disagreement we do have and really dig into them. We agreed we'd be taking the topic in a broad sense, so I want to lay out my position to reflect that. When we're talking about patriarchy, we can't be so myopic.
This guy's underbite is like distracting.
Is to only apply it to current day United States, nor can we apply it solely to women's suffrage, nor can we apply it solely to biblical life in Jerusalem and Judea and Samaria. Any of these areas is fine to look at, and we undoubtedly will be jumping through space and time throughout this debate. But I think this fourth dimensional approach of being free to travel, both temporally and also locally, is actually required in a discussion like this. I think, and I don't know if Beth would disagree with this, that
Probably went to the bathroom.
Can be far more disastrous for women than it can for men. UNICEF reported last year that.
I'm sorry, Beth. I didn't mean to make noise.
No, you're fine. 10th man was saying pause.
Look at, so that's because I unfortunately had to listen to all this. So the prompt is that currently the patriarchy. Now he's like, we're gonna jump through space and time. Okay, Neil deGrasse Tyson. We're gonna go through space and time, through the universe.
Don't you understand? Talk about, bro? Like, all ideals have to be viewed through a lens of history, or else they won't work.
Okay, buddy. All right.
I'm just saying, from their perspective, without history to back up their really weird opinions, they have no reason to believe the trash that they believe because real life didn't teach them that.
I fucking. Cleaner did give me some kudos too, by the way. He sent me some messages in Discord, and he was really kind to me. So
230 million girls were the victims of female genital mutilation or female circumcision. I don't think that would be true if the system they were living under in, say, Somalia or Sudan was egalitarian. According to the Guttmacher Institute, almost 50% of women in the Democratic Republic of Congo have been victims of SA. Coincidentally, only 12% of their congressional seats are held by women. Compare that to America, where women make up roughly 25% of the Senate and 30% of the...
You were debating with a globalist chick.
Right.
That's your
That's
issue.
why I got so mad.
He's one of them global. He might not be communist, but he's not far from it. He's one of those globalist jobs who refuse to accept just any limitations to statistics, right? Because I mean, obviously, when you're talking about patriarchy, you're at least limiting that shit to the West, right? We're not talking China, we're not talking Singapore, we're not talking Africa. Obviously, he wants to, because that's where the exceptions to the rule are.
And this was the thing. Okay, so this debate topic, he and I debated it Friday night on Grids. Grids said, I really like how this went. I want to see a full hour debate of this. And we said, okay. So we did the same fucking prompt. And then at the end of this, he gave me shit for not narrowing down the prompt.
No, that's part of the debate methods to try to corner your opponent into something they can't deal with. Is you start with the prompt being general, right, which allows him to go worldwide on his opposition, and then it's in your opening statement you should have stated in America or in the West or something along those lines, which would have limited any response that he had to that. And he may very well be running a paid for chat bot over here to derive his counters, because he's reading that straight off a screen as well.
Oh, his closing was so good, and it actually referenced things that I said during the debate, and we were on each other like this. He had no time to take down what I was saying.
Right, Joe gets it. And 10th Man was saying exactly the same thing. Exactly right.
Oh, yeah.
He wants to time travel through all of space and time to collect his cherry-picked contradictions, but then...
And here's the thing.
He doesn't actually broach the topic of patriarchy in the West.
I had feminist roots going all the fucking way back to, ancient Judea and shit. And Grid's like, you always go back to... I'm like, dude, I have been referencing ancient history since you met me because I'm nerd for that shit. Why is this suddenly a big surprise? You don't like me doing it. I came with fucking modern stats and data, and this guy refused to answer my... It was a mess. Oh my God. I was so frustrated. Like, he literally called me out at one point. He goes, I don't know why you keep putting your face in your hands, Beth. And I'm like, because I'm trying not to scream at you. I'm like, I don't know why you don't hear what I'm saying.
Well, no, this is not a matter of not hearing you. He simply wishes to understand the words you say differently from how they actually, are described in a dictionary.
That is exactly what he said. Hang on. This is what he had said to me during the debate, and he also put it in his closing.
We're fixing to watch the debate, right?
You're going to do the whole thing? It's like 2 hours.
I got some time. If I get bored, I can go do something else.
No, and I would rather do it here than on my show. So we're already into it.
I figure we'll at least cover the intro arguments, and I'll skip through some of the rest of it, because I don't feel like this gentleman's going to be very entertaining. I feel like I've already read his script, because I've heard every single leftist out there screaming it for the past 10 years.
The most entertaining part was probably my exasperation as I kept putting my face in my hands and just trying to fucking...
Well, we'll look for those points.
I definitely thought, Beth, you were a lot more entertaining on this than he was. He was very flat and boring, but I also feel like you guys had a lot of the same points, which kind of really made a big struggle in the debate. Yeah. And therefore, I don't think there was enough adversity in the argument overall.
I wasn't expecting him to agree with me fucking 15 times through the debate.
That's their technique.
And yet I was told it was, I still, I could have done.
And I was enjoying your dive into the Bible and like working your way up, because that's the way I like to do things. I like to set the stones first and build up. And then Grid came in and is like, nope,
Well,
We
he
gotta get to
threw
modern
that
times.
verse. He threw that verse, and I knew it. I was prepared
Yeah.
for him to use that verse, and I knew the word, and I actually read shit by the way the churches view it, and so I knew how to combat that. And he's like, no, it could be. And did you notice the definitions he gave for it? It was like strength, force, strong.
Yep. And you made a good debate too, where the vocabulary is smaller, right? So one word can, and you have to take the context of the sentence and the word.
Thank you, Vibe. I was so frustrated. I wanted to cry.
I saw where you were going.
So, is there any way that you guys, with your religious cult stuff, could please get guys like this to go to like the Congo to like talk about patriarchy, to like totally like, oh my god and stuff, and they could like go there and
I'll be honest
tell
with you,
them.
man. From what I understand, that's what USAID was doing.
Missionary groups, yeah.
So, like, I'm kind of questioning why we ended all the paying for the getting rid of the people we don't like out of the country. But then again, it was, terrible.
No, it was protection for LGBTQ over there. That's what we were paying for. Not
Sure.
patriarchy.
But not just the protection. We don't pay for those protections. It was the propaganda leading to those protections.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
God
Let's
bless
roll.
the USA.
House of Representatives. A final example from the Bible this time, as yes, I am a Christian, is Deuteronomy 21:10-4 gives explicit guidelines on taking what, if I wasn't a Christian, I'd probably be calling sex slaves. But because I am a Christian, I'm not going to call it that, but I'll just read the passage. When you go to war against your enemies and Lord your God gives them into your hand and you take them captive, and you see among the captives a beautiful woman, and you desire to take her to be your wife, and you bring her home to your house, you shall shave her head and par her nails. And she shall take off her clothes in which she was captured, and shall remain in her house and lament her father and her mother a full month. After that you may go into her and be her husband, as she shall be your wife. But if you no longer delight in her, you shall let her go where she wants, but you shall not sell her for money, nor shall you treat her as a slave, since you have humiliated her. I'm sure Beth can agree, this is kind of rough. You take this woman from her homeland, you shave her head, you give her a month of mourning, because I mean, you're a good dude, right? And then you have sex with her. And then if you no longer take delight in her, you can just send her away after, you've taken her by force from her country, non-consensually deflowered her. But don't worry, you can't sell her for money at least. And Beth, I know, would agree that women in the biblical societies were treated far better than women in other cultures throughout the world in the same time. So I don't think I need to go in my opening statement to explain the horrors women have gone through throughout space and time outside of biblical culture.
Oh my God. That is a very wide net you cast, sir.
I'm really angry. His words make me angry.
Yeah, they're supposed to. Every single one of those words was chosen specifically for the weighted nature that the emotional weight that they carry.
It's just the space and time thing. It makes me really mad.
There was nothing better when he's like, I'm sure Beth will agree. And he makes a statement, and then Beth's face is like, what?
It sounds to me like there's this discussion, or what his viewpoints is straight from an AI.
Yes. No, I was just fixing to say, I swear he sounds like he's reading straight off of ChatGPT.
Yeah. And
how can you can't, well, you can because he's doing it, but there's no intelligence behind it. I'm sorry.
There was no requirement in ancient times. If you took a war bride, a concubine, or like say your brother died and you took his wife, there was no requirement to have sex with her. You still had to treat her as though she were a wife. Those were the rules, but you didn't have to have sex with her. And the fact that you you can't sell her and just you can let her go on her way is like a huge telling to support that point.
Agreed.
Vibe.
He's good. Just let him finish what he's doing.
Okay.
Half-naked youngins running around in the house. I get it.
I was worried he was gone. And
no, his kid came on screen, so I dropped it.
Good job. That's awesome. Thank you for doing that.
But you panicked. Stop panicking. It's okay.
Thank you. Actually, my kids have a YouTube channel called The Irish Twins, and it's bigger than my own channel.
Well, of course, there's that many fruit cups out there. Just be careful, bro.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah. I mean, Roblox. That's all I got to say.
Bar or doesn't care about women is incredibly disastrous for the fairer sex. And yes, were biblical times harsh for men too? Is the Congo harsh to men? Is Somalia harsh to men? Undoubtedly. But just to use one example, if I had to be born in the Congo today, I would much rather be born a man there than be born a woman. And I think most people, if given the choice, would choose likewise. Beth may retort that this is not the fault of the patriarchy, but of other factors like culture or Islam or barbarism. And I would retort that's retarded. The prompt is who suffers more under patriarchy. We cannot only look at the best enacted patriarchal systems to answer that question. Because I agree with Beth insofar that if patriarchy is correctly calibrated, we can see optimum flourishing for men and women. So I'm not an egalitarian. I do think we need to have patriarchal societies. My stance is that because human nature is what it is, because male nature is what it is, and because human biology is what it is, we'll often get this delicate balance wrong. And every time we get it wrong, the tendency is to move toward oppression, gender-based violence, and subjugation. I would also like to point out the irony of the patriarchy reassuring women that is hurting men more than it is hurting women. It conjures to my mind the image of a father beating his child, telling the child, "This hurts me more than it hurts you."
There's no way he drew that conclusion on his own. That's not even a throughput of logic whatsoever, really. It's a completely unrelated point. It's tangent to the topic. Men are violent, men beat their kids. It hurts you more than it hurts me. That's okay. All right. I'm
Wait
not
till
gonna,
you see when I come on this panel.
I'm not gonna spurg out yet.
Well, maybe that's even true, but it's cold comfort to the child. And when we're dealing with adult women, it feels a little sneaky to tell them, "Trust us, I know we're in charge of society, but you would suffer more if you had more say." Again, it could be true, but I just want to reflect on the irony of that. Surely no man would put up with that. For example, if you're a Christian living in a Muslim country and had dhimmi status, being a second-class citizen, being barred from legal positions and eschewed certain rights, having to pay extra tax via the jizya, how would you feel if a Muslim man said to you, "Oh, you poor dhimmi, you just don't get it. Under our system of Sharia law, the Muslims have way more responsibility than you do. We have it way harder. You just don't understand. But we suffer more than you under this system we have set up, that we control, that we have put you as a second-class citizen in. And you can't change it. You just have to trust that we have it worse." Would anyone here accept their logic? They might go along living in that society, and it might not be so bad. But it'd be a little convenient that the people who are in charge are telling you that they're actually suffering more than you are, and you can't change them places, of course. It starts to feel a bit Orwellian to my mind. Now, I'm in the unique position of debating Beth, a creature racked with internalized misogyny. Just kidding, Beth, who is claiming exactly.
That's another one of those non-human thought processes right there. To make a joke, disclaim the joke. That's why make the joke if you're going to disavow the joke immediately. That makes that's 0 sense. There's no logic there.
Here's the other thing is maybe, I don't know if AI can like go and look through my past debates or not. I have made jokes on other panels that I am, especially on grids, that I am probably the most misogynistic person on the panel.
So
that she thinks
wrong button. So
but it's been a long time since I made that joke.
There's a difference between the AI that we get access to and the AI that you get for like the premium AI package. Like those things can really do some shit.
So if you have closed captions turned on your YouTube when you're streaming, like Sasquatch, if you have closed captions turned on right now, AI can read all this and will actually transcribe it, and I can actually look up like this particular debate or anything that Beth's done that has been transcribed with closed captions.
All right, right. And as far as word models are concerned, they're very clever. Or maybe very thorough, I should say. Because the appearance of the clever comes from the vast amount of data it accesses, right? But anyway, that's neither here nor there. It's possible if he's using a paid AI, yes, it could have went through every appearance you've ever done on YouTube where you were linked, or somehow it knows where you're at, facial recognition, whatever. I mean, you always use the same tag in, right?
Yep.
So right there would be a pretty good start for a large language model to hunt up every word you've ever spoken and then write a joke about it in the freaking thing, because the AI is not writing this for you to hear or for the group to hear, but for him to hear. And that's a joke he would think is funny. That's why I'm saying that's a non-human thought process.
Yeah.
Men suffer more, despite them making the vast majority of laws, holding the vast majority of seats of political power, despite there never being any real civilized matriarchal
1
society
minute.
by which to compare things to. To be clear, I'm neither anti-patriarchy nor am I pro-feminist. I just think that patriarchy has to be modulated in the exact right way for it to be such that it benefits both men and women. And I think from the examples I've given and the innumerable ones I haven't, they show that when that modulation is off at all, it is disastrous for women. I think some egalitarianism is beneficial, but I think both Beth and I would agree we still live in a patriarchy. And so to me, the crux of the issue is finding the degree of patriarchy that is best for both genders.
All right. Perfect. All right. So that was a very good opening. I am going.
So how much of this does Grid do? Because he likes milking the cow.
None. He barely says a word, except for he ends up stopping us to put us back on track about a half an hour in. And we didn't even realize we had been arguing over the biblical shit for a half an hour.
Right.
And he's like, guys, I got to bring you back. Get the hell out of history. I can't stand it anymore.
See, that's part of the problem here. That's what I mean. Confluence over here, he took the prompt and then made it about economics. He's just almost everything he's brought up so far has been to some extent or another economic. What?
He barely talks about, like, there's only a couple points of his opening that he actually addressed. Meanwhile, there were only 2 points of mine that I did not address, and I addressed several of his. So I don't know how I did that. I don't know.
Well, to be honest, there is no true winner in the debate. I mean, unless you just completely throw a mulligan,
I take back everything I said about agreeing with Grid now that I've heard his at not 2x, and this guy is a moron.
Which one? Grid? Or
Grid's all right. No, this other guy.
Yeah.
What is he even talking about? He's just saying words. It drives me crazy. Wait till you see when I go up there. I was so mad.
Might just skip to that. Where's that at?
At the end. I would just skip through all the arguments and go right to the fucking end.
No, listen to Grid yelling at Beth for fucking 15 minutes, and I'm in the chat going, Grid, stop. And then he backed off a tiny bit, and I was mad. I'm telling you, it was everything I could do, Sasquatch. I almost went scorched earth.
Yeah, I did feel like Grid went a little tough on Beth at the end of the debate. The middle piece, I think, was accurate on bringing it to modern times.
Yes.
Because you guys were getting into the weeds. However, I was enjoying it a lot when you guys were in the weeds.
I was trying to bring it out, and he kept pulling it back in. And I tried to bring it out. He jerked me back. It's like, and the problem is I was raised to be polite.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, one of my problems with the whole debate was we're talking about the patriarch arc, and then I jumped on Sarah's channel while I think at the end of your guys' debate, and I was literally talking about how men are simps in today's society. And in a sense, I kind of feel like that was a similar argument in that we have a patriarchy, but we are giving the men have simped so far in our patriarchy that we've allowed women to do things that we've granted, right? You guys were talking about like forced doctrine, but we're not forced.
I tried to talk about
so many
forced
rights away from
doctrine.
women, but we don't.
I tried to talk about forced doctrine to bring it into patriarchy, and he refused to talk about it. He was like, I don't know what you're talking. Sasquatch, you would want to fast forward to like the last maybe 40 minutes.
Well, I found 10
Oh.
man. I can see where he's at.
Yeah, but you want to go.
You want to go before
maybe
that.
10 minutes before that or so. When Grid starts talking, like when he's like,
There's
"That's
like
it," and then
20
yeah,
to 30, 20 to 30
Well,
before 10.
the thing is like right before that, Glenn's in there.
Yep, go before
And
that
then-
because you
and
can.
right before that, you got Cleaner.
Yep.
And then
Now
right
rewind
after that-
through. Then you'll see Grid talking. Rewind through Grid talking, and then hit play.
or just do my part. You know,
We'll get to your part.
whatever
I
you feel like doing.
I like a good Grid spurg when possible.
Oh,
yes.
he's spurged. He's spurged.
When he spurgs, it's great, but
Well, he kind of spurged. Yeah, he chewed me out.
I just feel like that it.
Come here, Alaska. Come here, baby.
okay. Can't do all of that, so we'll do what we can.
Yours to lose, Beth.
Yep.
It was yours to lose. I'm
I got
sorry. I don't mean to be mean. I'm really trying not to be mean. And I want to get our callers up. I know that they're standing
Lord.
by, they're patiently waiting.
Here we go.
But I just gotta I'm wrong.
All right. So before we start, I think I know what Grid's trying to do here. I don't know for sure. I just walked in the room.
Is this where he first started talking? Like,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. And I think he thinks he's giving you helpful criticism.
Yes.
But that opening doesn't lend itself to helpful. I don't mean to be mean here, but I'm going to say some mean
I
shit.
agree. I understand. I do. Like I said, he just speaks his mind. He doesn't think about feelings and that stuff. And I know that about him. And I know that he's giving me criticism to try to help.
That is one of the best pause faces I've ever seen on Grid. That's so great. Oh my God.
And prove me wrong there. 10th man. You can just go over and get the prompt. Yeah, I think you're third in line right now. Confluence, you got really lucky in a lot of ways because literally she just wasn't. She didn't prepare properly for this. I don't know why.
And you can pause there because she was prepared as fuck.
You know,
Yeah, no, she was prepared for the
I just want to say, she obviously studied and had her notes. I think that was a horrible statement.
Sure. No, she was prepared. She just was not prepared for her opponent. That's the thing. I don't think Beth thinks in left-wing libtard. And so I don't know that she could properly defend herself against left-wing libtard. If you
I was
catch what
defending myself against AI.
Yeah, well, that's the same thing. Zephyr, I don't think it's even actually hooked up. If you're in the dark, turn a light on or something. I don't know. Just flash something at me so I know it's you. It's good enough. You can turn the light back off now if you want. Hello, Zephyr.
How you doing?
Pretty spiffy. Yeah, no, you weren't prepared for your opponent because he cast his net through all of space and time in order to cherry pick oppositional frameworks to work against you, and you stuck to the prompt, and also I firmly believe he was cribbing with AI. So if he's not going to do his own thinking, right? There's nothing you can do. This is no longer a discussion. It's not even really a debate. It's him reading prompts and you responding to them.
He could not understand my position, I restated it 10, 15 fucking times.
No, the AI refused your position at its outset and just said it doesn't matter how many times you repeat something.
What he was demanding to know is, are you saying it's in spite of patriarchy or because of patriarchy that men have it hard, that men suffer? And I said, men have it harder because of these two things. And he was just like, what are you saying? I don't understand what you're saying. And I repeated again. And oh my God.
All right, I want to hear Grid. I want to hear Grid chew on you a bit. Don't take this the wrong way, but I think he's kind of funny.
It's good. It's fine.
You guys, and the thing is you were so close to each other that you kept talking. You were talking kind of past each other.
He conceded to so many of my points.
Right, but it doesn't matter. Just like 10th Man saying that one point this dude made was valid, it doesn't matter because Beth never made a solid case for what she was doing, and he could.
Yes, I did. Yes, I
How
did.
am I supposed to be respectful to somebody when I say nothing that this guy just said had anything to do with this? Because listen, I'm gonna let the cat out of the bag. I've spent many hours helping her prepare for this, right? So I already knew everything that was going on before it even came on. And then I just had to listen to him say, it doesn't matter that none of the things this guy said had anything to do with this. And then listen to what he says now.
Could simply say, yeah, but the patriarchy has been bad. The patriarchy out of control is bad. Sure, anything out of control is bad. You absolutely just grant that right out of the gate. Yeah, sure, anything out of control. I understand that, but he kept bringing it up, and you didn't say, hey, I've already talked about that. Let's move on.
I did say that like twice, Grid, like twice. I said that at least twice. Yes, I did. I told you. I said we had a whole thing where I said I already granted that.
I understand. I heard that. I did hear that.
Then why are you saying I should have said it?
Is in today. I mean, honestly, you kind of lost it in the prompt, and then you lost it in your opening because you really didn't define anything. You didn't force him to.
See what I'm saying?
One person stuck to the prompt, the other person went on an adventure.
And he's
through
saying
space and time.
He kept saying that I should have said these things, and I did. I don't know how people didn't hear me.
Okay, I got it. What he's doing is complaining that you didn't make his arguments. That he, in his mind, came up with a way to deal with all of this. And you didn't do that.
He's going to say that.
Right. Oh, yeah,
have you ever seen Grid debate?
Because
I've seen a lot of his debates because I watch a lot of his stuff. 9 times out of 10, he starts screaming at people belligerently. Like,
yeah. As long as he donates, I don't give a shit who he screams at, you know?
He kept referencing Andrew Wilson, and the thing is, I'm not Andrew Wilson. I will never be Andrew Wilson. I'm not trying to, you know.
They are trying to be Andrew Wilson, though. They all want to be that next super debate bro that's out there just excoriating the other side. I find it a very strange environment that I've landed in.
But why, though?
I don't know. And I've had several people tell me, because, you know, sometimes I do that weird data dump, and apparently it comes across as some kind of voice of authority. And people hear that, and they're like, oh, you should totally get into the whole debate sphere. I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care if you believe me. I don't care if you don't believe me. I don't care if you check it out, if you research it, if you go back to the fucking beginning. I don't care. I don't know why they do.
Sasquatch, I like what you do, and I do the same thing. I don't know what you watch and what you don't. But, like, I had a good discussion with Imperius today. I had a really good discussion with Tarak the other day. I had a really good discussion with Fatty sometime in the last couple weeks. Like, really good discussions where we discuss stuff really in depth. Right? And we have differences of opinion, but we discuss them. This guy, I don't think you could discuss it. I would like to have 2 hours with this guy.
I'm not I'm okay. So same thing. I say the same thing about Andrew Wilson, Jim Bob, Grid, Rob Noor. I wouldn't mind like running across them somewhere in public, being like, "Hey, what's up? Good fist bump. Saw you on that thing. Awesome." And then fucking leave, right? Because can you imagine sitting at a breakfast table with Rob Noor and Andrew Wilson and the type of fucking shit that would be being discussed at that breakfast table? I just can't do it, dude.
I would make them rage quit the brunch.
I'm just why I would not subject myself to that. Like Jim Bob and Rob Noor sitting across from each other at the fucking Holiday Inn the next morning. I don't think I would enjoy that.
I think Jim Bob's pretty funny.
Okay.
Rob Noor is like a bad Ayn Rand novel. Have you ever read an Ayn Rand novel? Like she tells you something in the first sentence, and then she goes on about it for like 100 more pages. So like my impersonation of Rob Noor is like, so I have to go to the store, and then I have to get my keys, and then I gotta get my keys, and I gotta drive them to here, and I gotta do this, I gotta do this, and he just goes on and on and on. We're like, yeah, so you drove to the store, but he'll go on for 5 minutes about it.
Well, that's content. I would pretty much say most YouTubers are, to an extent, guilty of gilding the lily somewhat, if they're worth a damn anyway. I don't know. I don't think Grid's being fair here.
Well, let it play some more. You might as well hear the whole thing that he says.
I am. I'm going to grab a cup of coffee while I listen.
Sure.
And I just want to say at this point, what I'm hearing is that Grid is unhappy with how you approached this because you didn't use the arguments he had already made up in his own head. And I might be wrong on this, and he may clarify it here in just a little bit. But I really don't think so.
You are on the button.
So this is going to take me about 3 minutes, so I'm going to let it roll.
Define anything except when you started going into the Bible verses and going back into Neolithic, times that we don't care about. Like,
everything for modern.
I got you.
And I was trying to pull them over here. I know we both love Bible time. I do so much Bible time for Vibe. I'm tired. I was actually like, I got the Pew stats. I got this. I got that.
Yeah. I mean, I really feel like that it's this one, honestly, I felt like this was yours to lose, Beth. I really felt like that you were going to do a lot better on this, but I just feel like that you just kind of, you got, as he himself said, you got lost in the sauce, and I don't know. It was just very strange. Anyway,
I'm gonna bring him up so they can kick my ass.
The first caller. Let me. I got to go back to my.
And he was lost in the sauce. Like he was just all over the place.
Let me make sure I got the right thing. So, caller, I am sending you the link right now. You now have the link. Just go ahead.
Don't worry, CaucSquatch. He's not done. He's going to talk about how I know these arguments. I think he talks about it when
Inquisitive archivists enjoyed the debate and think you both did well. I don't think that you. I need to say that I'm grading Beth on a high. I'm grading both of these guys on a high curve because I think they both have a lot of potential, and I think that they're not stupid. If they were stupid, I wouldn't care. So.
Well, there was a compliment.
We'll wait for the panelists to come on up, or not panelists, but the caller. It's Thumping Weevil. Thumping Weevil. She may have kind of like zoned out. So. Salem witch trials.
Yeah. Wait, he asked where it got moved into the U.S. I brought up the very first.
Patriarchy got moved into the U.S. with the Pilgrims, baby.
It did.
Patriarchy has been a part of patriarchy.
That was the point I made.
It's literally the form. It is literally in it.
It literally
It is everything in the world. There is no. You know. Remember, I am the patriarch. You've seen my super chats. You understand this is near and dear to my heart, and
which is why I granted the fact that feminism has existed. You're
Right.
lucky because I could have gone into a whole spiel about how feminism has existed since the garden, and I didn't go there.
Weevil, if you're out there, please come on up. Tumbling, or what is it? It's Thumping Weevil. Yes, please, Thumping Weevil, come on up. I've sent you the link. If not, I'm going to have to move on to my next caller.
Yeah,
because we only have a few tonight. It's very strange. Wicked Wally sends in another $5. I'll go through the super chats in a minute, guys. I do apologize. I've been very, very busy. Tried to get them up on the board early. $5 came in. Know what ends this whole?
Shut up, Grid. God, no one wants to hear you make money.
He does get to where, like, he starts saying, Beth knows this stuff as well as I do, and she should have said da da da, or I don't know why she didn't say da da da, and it was like, yeah, there it is. Like, man.
Yeah, but that's like getting angry with a prospective boyfriend or girlfriend because they don't live up to the artificial expectations you've invented in your brain.
Hi, baby.
I mean, that's exactly what this is.
My dog was getting so upset for a hot minute during all of this shit.
All right, do we have to keep listening to him, Spurred?
No, you can skip ahead to 10th man.
All right, so Glenn, so some people may not know this.
Glenn was not nice.
This gentleman here, now hold on, this is totally unrelated. This gentleman here is my Valentine, has been for the past year. So y'all be nice to him. He's special.
I am. I made a guy poop himself on his show, though.
Good girl. Sasquatch approves of this. All right. 10th. It can't be about you and be you about you at the same time. You
Oh, it'll be about 10th man.
No, it's going to be about 10th man because 10th man is here twice now and not in the usual form where he's trying to like porn bomb himself, but in this form where he's not going to be allowed to do that. That's classic.
Patiently in the back.
If you call it that. I may have to use my witch powers to make you poop in your pants, Grid. I'm a little shocked at what I heard. A lot of things.
Oh, Jesus.
So, can you read the exact prompt word for word again? Because I'm trying to understand this.
Let me reread the prompt. I have it right here. The prompt was, men have it harder under patriarchy.
Right.
Beth was the affirmative position.
Yep. So, have, right? Have, the word is have?
Yeah. As in present tense.
Right. So, listen, I'll admit that I'm biased because I know Beth and I don't know this guy, but I would tell her if I thought she was stupid. That's the problem. When the word is have, but he kept going to history, and she kept saying, but that's not what this is about, and then trying to bring it back, and he kept going back to history over and over because he can't argue anything other than what is factual. I believe that was Glenn that just said, you could tell he didn't believe what he was saying. And that's where the difference comes here, right? Not had, but have currently.
That's
not.
I think that's
not
bad. I think that's a poor grammatical reading of that. I think there's multiple ways to read have. I think that's a simplistic way.
What? All right, hold up. I got you, Poe. I got you. Hold on. I'm gonna take care of this right quick. Just because Have. Possess.
I don't know how to read. I will admit that.
Okay. Have. To possess, own, or hold. Then it uses it in a past tense. Had a new car. Experience or undergo. Now, the implication is current, though, because had would have been past tense, and will
Or
have.
have had. That's what I'm about to say.
Right.
You heard my opening. My opening was like, yeah, sure, I established the foundation for patriarchy, but then I focused on current problems men face. Where did I fuck up? I don't know.
No. I think I don't know what I think yet, but I'm gonna let 10th man chew on this for a minute while I think on it, while I cogitate.
I mean, this is kind of where I went back to originally is in the current patriarchy, we've granted women so many rights and we've become simps and we have granted it's weird to say, I guess have, yeah, that could be past tense, or has would be current tense, right? So we could
not in the
finesse
phrase
that word, but ultimately, right, in a 100% patriarchy where we actually don't listen to our women, where we don't decide to give them rights, we don't have a harder time. But based on how simp the men have become, I actually do think by granting the rights of women being able to divorce us and take all our money and have to pay for childcare and things like that, we have a harder time. So in a pure patriarchy, I think that men wouldn't have a harder time, but based on how society has pressured the men, I guess, through feminism, the patriarchy has actually damaged ourselves.
And I pointed out, number one, I pointed out that the patriarchy, this was their fault for granting this to begin with. However, I also cited during the debate that I found all the way back in almost 3000 BC where women had the right to get divorced from their husbands and were entitled to a third of marital property plus anything owned before the marriage. Okay, I showed that this has always existed. At that part, feminism, I can trace feminism all the way back to Genesis. Like
10th man says he's a parcel tongue.
But you also did note two reasons for divorce, right? And you said there was only two in the whole Bible?
Yes, and the reason why there's only two is because all the other things that we would qualify for divorce today, they either wouldn't have qualified and you needed to work it out, or they were the kind of offenses that the family would frickin' take that man out. Okay, like he would no longer be breathing air for doing that stuff. Like abuse, oh no. The wife's brothers would have unalived him like that. Okay. And that's why the Bible only gives those two reasons.
That's not divorce, though, is it really? That's
I mean, ultimately, your argument, Beth, was that even under the strictest of patriotic systems, the men actually have the worst outcomes for their wrongdoings than the women do.
Yes, they carry the weight. That's what I said through the whole thing. The weight of the responsibility was on them. If shit went bad in any sense for the family, it was the man's fault. And if he failed his family in the wrong way, they took him out.
And what he kept on doing is saying, but women had bad outcomes. And you kept on saying, but the men's outcomes for their failures are worse. However, he kept on saying, but let's look at like modern times and women and oppression and Sharia law.
You're gonna like my response,
right? And that was really where the fight was. And I mean, I have to agree in the sense that I think you could have fought harder there, but I also think he was very weak there at the same time.
I think that was his weakest point. You should have chopped that off like a gangrenous limb. That's the only complaint I've had about all of this. And I think part of it was writing out your opening response and not doing it off the dome, because it locked you into the thought process of what you believed the prompt was. And when he went off script, you were left out in the cold, not really knowing what to do with it. What you do with it, and this is for future reference, is chop that motherfucker off like a goddamn gangrenous limb.
I did on numerous things, okay? Like when he brought up Sharia law and all that, I said, yes, there are groups of bad men who do bad things to women. There's also groups of bad women who do bad things to men. Bad people exist. I've granted that. And what I did was I said, let's look at how Christianity has been evangelized throughout the world, okay? So if you want a prescription for what to do about the Congo, that's exactly what needs. That's what you would do. And I fucking
well, that's accepting the premise that the discussion is open to discuss the Congo.
I put it aside. I was like,
that fucker right off.
I did. I was like, we're not even gonna deal with this. Like I told him numerous times. Like when he threw that Bible verse, I was ready. I fucking had that off the plate immediately. First thing in the debate, bye bye. And Sharia law too. I was like, yeah, no, of course we wouldn't want that here. And that's why we're looking at Christian patriarchy, which is not Muslim patriarchy.
We could have brought up some North Sentinelese type stuff and tried to debate on how they treat their women and bring that into the conversation, although it has absolutely no bearing on anything in the last 10,000 years. So it's just as valid as discussing the Muslim patriarchy or Japanese culture for that matter.
I brought up Hebrew. I brought up ancient Judaic treatment of women and how they were. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What this is my problem. Okay, so when you look to etymology online, right, it says because as far there, you don't go to Afghanistan or the Congo and there's like they talk about patriarchy, right? And there's a reason for that, and that's why I was so angry. But I can't just take over Grid's show, but I can Sasquatch's. So this is the problem because I know this stuff, and so 1560s, some word I don't know how to pronounce, ecclesiastical,
yeah.
Province under a patriarch, church government by patriarchs, from Latinized form of Greek patriarcha, something like that, or patriarchies, and male chief or head of a family, meaning system of government by fathers or elders of male community, is recorded from 1630s. So why are we talking about something that's not to do with the church? Because that's specifically to what patriarchy is. And this guy's trying to apply patriarchy to oligarchical, Muslim fundamentalist countries and saying that has something to do with patriarchy. No, it don't. There's no patriarchy in China. Go ahead.
What I did, Sasquatch, is when he was pulling that shit, I said, no, fuck that. I said, define patriarchy. I was like, do you know what it is? And he's like, yeah. I go, tell me. And he's like, led by men. And I go, led by the father. So each individual family is a patriarchy, is a patriarch in itself. And he's like, no. And I'm like, led by the father. Yes, it technically is. Each family, the father would be the patriarch of that family. So let's bring it in and let's talk about it in this sense. I was trying to get him to where I could start nailing him down with the current divorce rates and custody shit and fucking, oh my God, I had, he was a wiggly little fucker.
See, I think that's a debate that can be done right there, is how the patriarch is actually failing today. In like, as a father, right, I can tell my daughter whether she can wear shorts or not. She can't. So that's my ruling, right? And we have this same capability when we look at the government and the men in the government and how we we've allowed the patriarch has allowed this. Let's just take gender as an example. We have allowed this to happen, and we are in control of that, but we're allowing that to happen. We allow that to happen because, like my earlier debate with Ryan, we have a lot of simp men. The patriarch is getting weak. It's getting weaker by the decade, and we need to kind of reestablish some of that enforcement.
Yeah. But let's get through this.
Is there not something to be said for people acting to their strengths? Like, I have an unconventional marriage. It's not your usual arrangement. And there are some things I just am not properly equipped to do, like calling people on the phone. Don't ask me why. That shit freaks me out. Doesn't make any sense. I would rather walk in and talk to a person so I can freaking see them than call them on the phone. It weirds me out. My wife does all the phone calls.
I don't like phone calls.
The way that is, if the phone rings, I might even hand mine to her and be like, just tell them I'm not here or something. Like, I just don't like talking on the phone. It ain't another person.
I agree with you 100%. My wife will be in the room next to me. She'll text me. And instead of texting her back, I'll stand up and walk into her room and go and give her an answer. I don't understand whether it's a phone call or a text. I'm just like, if you're that close, just
I hear you.
Talk to me.
But at the same time, like, I'm sitting here, I can bounce a tennis ball off of my wife's door and hit her with it, right? I've done this. And we don't speak if either one of us are doing anything, that involves a headset and a microphone, right? We just don't interrupt each other. We've been together for like 17, 18 years now. So if it works, right?
Yeah.
But that being said, something goes wrong with the insurance. Somebody needs to go in and talk to the folks, straighten all that out. I'm your dude. I'm the guy. I will have them in absolute stitches before we even get started. They will give me the best possible rate they can find because they don't want me to leave yet, because they were having a terrible day. And then I walked in and now they're laughing so hard they've got to clean their glasses. This is my natural state. The more nervous I get, the more likely I am to do that stuff. And so putting me in a stressful situation just makes me do the fake non-introvert thing.
I get that.
And while I agree, there should always be a leader, that leader is not always the same person. So if it's something that can be handled on a phone, that's my wife's full-on territory. Like, she's got that shit down. I'm going to get pissed off talking to somebody on the phone, partly because I'm deaf, right? I can't hear shit. And so people start talking and I can't understand what they're saying. And they have to repeat it 15 times and then they're mad and, all of this. It's just a thing. Y'all ready to try to dig into what 10th Man's fixing to go off about?
Yep.
Good.
I come up twice.
Right.
Reductionist,
Just to clarify,
but it's
hold
also
on.
global.
Yeah.
You would agree, even if I consent to what you're saying.
Yes.
That's still global. Have would still be Sudan. It would still be all of the Muslim countries. It's not localized to the United States. You'd agree. So even if I concede on your point, it still is a broad.
Beth also took
issue.
it into the past as well. So if you open the door, if you open the door,
I kind of disagree on that point. To concede something occurs in the past doesn't necessarily concede the present. Simply acknowledging that things were such a way doesn't admit that things are that way now. So
yeah,
I think he's running a little hard-edged on you.
Oh, and I knew I could knock it down because of that one word that's missing from the script. I knew he was going to pull one of those scripts, and I knew that
knock it
one
down.
word.
Anyone can open a concordance and look at that word.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
At home, boys and girls.
But look, the thing is that when you open doors, people can walk through them.
What happened?
He just took it down.
You took
No
it down?
way.
I'm dead serious. He just now took it down.
No, he did not.
I'm not necessarily saying that he did it with any particular.
Why going back to it? Maybe it was just.
Oh no, I've seen this before, honey. I mean, we'll do it, but
I don't know. I just that's crazy.
I almost guarantee it just got put behind a paywall. He didn't take it down. He just put
I
it
didn't
in
even know he has a paywall.
Now, I have a subscription to him, so I can share it. Hold on. I promise I won't share anything wonky. Hold on.
Take a hard pass on that one tonight, bro. Like tomorrow we'll discuss it.
No, I don't have anything weird open. Don't worry. Don't worry. So was that Unreasonable Man?
Yeah,
no, I have subscription.
I think I have a membership over there. I just don't know how high it is or where he just stuck it. Apparently,
under live.
No, I'm not.
I got it.
Is it behind a paywall now?
No, it's right
I
here.
wouldn't know.
Walk
Yeah.
through them.
See, it just fucked up. You're good. No.
Weird.
Well, it's right where you had it too.
That is so weird.
Hmm.
Let me make sure I'm still actually live.
Yeah, you're live.
Am I still live?
Yep, you're live.
So that wasn't me that get took down. That was just a weirdness in YouTube.
It was a glitch in YouTube, yeah.
Ah, this is so fucking annoying.
Oh, I want to know. So, name a country that you're referring to that is a patriarchy specifically.
The Congo.
And you believe that they have a patriarchy there, a patriarchal form of government.
Yeah, they're like 90% of their elected representatives are men.
Right.
I mean, that's like definitional patriarchy, right?
Do they have the right to vote there? Wrong. Women?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No, I don't. But that's not.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Is the definition of a patriarchy where women don't vote? Like,
I even tried to argue the fact that I asked him what the religion is there. He said they're Christians. I said Christians would not mutilate women's genitalia. So no, you're wrong somewhere.
1 second. Sasquatch. That weird little island you guys were talking about taking over there yesterday. You think that's probably a patriarchy?
Almost definitely.
No, it's not, because I just told you guys what a patriarchy was.
No, what I'm getting at is what I was thinking was warrior culture. I mean, they're still
I
doing.
know, but this guy's restarted. I'm just saying.
Within tribal shit, they practice.
I'm sorry, when you said something about North Sentinel Island, I went back into my plans for invasion. Pretty sure we can take them.
I'll help.
Like, just 6 or 7 of us in a Zeppelin craft with a keg of beer and enough ammo to take over a small country. We can do it.
Come up with your own
talking about
definition if you
patriarchal
want.
government. I mean,
They have a patriarchal.
Any other countries? Name another country. I want
do you
3.
do you not like the one I named?
No, I want 3, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the entire bit of information, right? And we'll find out word for, like, I want to know exactly what type of government they have. See,
Hey, Vibe, do me a favor right quick. Tell everybody who you is, and I got your link in the chat. You also have to unmute to make that work.
I got to fix my camera. I don't know why it's so blurry today.
It's fine. You're beautiful, bro. Just give them the voice.
Thank you.
Tell them where to find you.
Oh, so yeah, sorry. I screwed up with my volume here, and then I just saw I was on screen, so I didn't even hear the intro there.
Oh, I was saying, I just dropped your link in chat. Tell them who you are so they know why I'm dropping the link.
Ah, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, yeah, I'm Vibe. There's not much about me. You probably see me on the Panelverse. Definitely need some followers. We're doing the Uncomfortable Bible Study, working on making it great. We're about to go into episode 3 next week, and then we're going to really dig into the deep stuff. So if you guys are interested in seeing a Bible study that includes Christians and atheists actually doing a debate while doing the theology, then you got to check me out at Vibe on YouTube, Vibe on Kick, Vibe on X, pretty much anywhere, Vibe on Instagram. I think you guys.
So you just vibe is what you're saying. You're the vibe. That's cool.
Just follow the vibe.
All right, thank you. Yo, check him out. Him and Dusty kind of had a little thing percolating there for a second. I was interested to see where that was going, because I didn't really know this. For like, it took a while to get some of Dusty's like deeper considerations out in the open for me, because I don't ask questions. It's none of my business. I don't rightly care, but having been backstage on a whole bunch of stuff that he's done where I wasn't necessarily obvious, his positions and mine are fairly in line up to a point. I accept the possibility of a higher power, right?
He does too now.
Well, I've always said I've always said he's one miracle away from being a believer.
Yep.
That's all it'll take, is for him to witness something that he can't turn and look at someone and explain without using the words, just trust me, bro.
Right. You know what really surprised me is I did an episode 0, and it was Meet the Panel. And I picked 3 people that I thought were atheists. And when I actually asked all of them to really state their view, none of them would actually confirm atheism. They all went on the agnostic side, including Dusty.
Well, yeah, Dusty is an avowed agnostic. That's his stance, in that his opinion of it is different from mine. I don't believe I'm intelligent enough to guess at the mind of God. And I think attempting to, if I was God, I might be a little offended. And this is one of the reasons when I come across a holy roller, I kind of go a little hard in the fucking paint on them, because you're the one that cracked the code and everyone else is stupid. Come on, bro. Like, you've got the answers. You're muted again, Vibe.
Vibe, you're muted.
Vibe, you're muted.
Yeah, I'll have to admit, I'm dumb as hell. I have no idea. I have so many questions. I'm a guy that had 2 parents as professors. They both went, were raised Catholic, but left the religion. My dad said that the nuns beat the religion out of him. But I had a grandmother that was hard in the faith. I never minded when my grandma took me to church. I always found it really interesting. I always really liked the stories. Later on in life, having such a scholastic education, the Bible interested me, right? And I really wanted to get like down to it. And when I read it as a Christian, and my faithism is unshakable, and that's something that's in the Bible. However, I read it, and sometimes I go, wait a second, I just read Numbers. And if you read the book of Numbers, the numbers don't add up. And so I'm like, damn it. I have an unshakable faith.
Well, sir, I want to be perfectly clear.
It doesn't add up. Now what do I do as a Christian, right? And so I like to have these conversations. I like to go, hey, I am dumb. What am I not getting? How do I not understand this? And I want to get everybody else's view on it too.
Well, I mean, I was raised a bit weird. Technically speaking, the closest analogy I can lay for my upbringing is Southern Baptist, right? Largely because Southern Baptism is a big deal in the South. And if you go to a church in the South, there's some level of likelihood you're going to end up surrounded by Southern Baptist or former Southern Baptist or soon to be Southern Baptist. Anyway,
I'm Southern Baptist, by the way.
I was raised by some rather non-religious but spiritual type people. They're like a heartbeat away from flower power hippie cult type people. And the sermonizing was handled by a nice old couple down the road who were willing to take us to any Christian church we could find on a map within a 2.5 hour drive. Anywhere, it did not matter how weird, how small. And we literally went through yellow pages to find churches in various places around Georgia, and would just sometimes we'd stick them to a dartboard and throw a dart and pick which one. And sometimes we'd put all of them in the hat and draw the one we were going to go to this week. I've been to churches that had snakes in the foyer. I have been to churches that didn't. This one church I went to did not actually have a church with a roof on it. Instead, they had a stone building that was flooded in the swamp next to the field that they held their sermons on. Rain, hail, sleet, or snow. Them folks is out there in the heat in the summer and in the cold in the winter, right next to the church that flooded 500 years ago, or whenever that thing went under. And one day they're going to go back to that church, and they believe it. So I've had a lot of like a breadth of Christian experience. And there's one thing I can say absolutely for certain for every single one of these people. They're all evangelists on some level. They do care.
Sure, 100%. We have to be, right? I mean, we're supposed to be spreading the word. We're a corporation. We want to save people, and we're a corporation with the highest moral value, which is I want to save all my brothers and sisters, right?
Wow, bro, this is fixing to get spicy.
Can we watch the grid thing now?
Do you know where you went off? Do you know what trick that triggered that?
What's that?
All right, so I did that wrong. I got to get better at all of this.
That made me lightheaded.
Yeah, I know, dude. We're gonna go back to the grid thing in just a second. Just let me hammer this one out. You made a subjective statement as an objective fact is how you stated the statement. The highest moral value. Right? Mm-hmm. Now, I understand you do believe this, and I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I'm just going to say there's a lot of people out there that would hear that phrase and immediately start foaming at the mouth and twitching and shit like one of them zombies turning in a movie. Okay. All right, just as long as you understand the scrutiny you're going to land under with that one.
Is there nothing better than lifting your fellow man? And can you tell me anything of what I am preaching online? And I'm not a preacher, by the way. I'm an idiot, just like you said. I'm not smart enough to understand God. I'm not smart enough to understand when I read the book. I'm not smart enough to understand any of these things, right? I mean, I am an ant. However, if you look at the prescriptions that we have for humanity, they have pretty good outcomes. And if my neighbor next door is failing, crying, and I can reach my hand out and lift him, is that not a good obligation to have? Is that not like one of the highest morals? Is
yet again,
lift our fellow man?
I did not say you were wrong.
Yes.
I do not disagree with that statement. I'm just saying that when you juxtapose a subjective clause next to an objective statement like that, and you conflate the two, it's gonna cause some riffraff to come up out of the freaking woodwork. And I'm just trying to prepare you for it. You're gonna have to defend that statement at some point in time.
Yeah, no
that's
worries.
more. What you just said there was more ridiculous.
If you put your face on YouTube, you better be ready to defend.
That was more ridiculous than the stuff that the guy that I made poop his pants said.
All right. Transition.
Because you're making general arguments, but I believe you are incorrect. Because like in United Arab Emirates, that would not be referred to as a patriarchy. You understand?
Good thing that's not a country I named.
Name another country then.
Afghanistan.
All right. And you believe that what they have there is a patriarchy specifically?
Yes, it is governed by men by and large. Yes.
But they don't have a religious oligarchy there? In any of these places that you're talking about? You still consider a religious oligarchy a patriarchy?
Yeah, under any sane definition of patriarchy, yes.
Interesting.
I mean, what don't just say interesting. What do you I mean, what definition of patriarchy are you using that would exclude religious oligarchy?
I'm clipping my toenails. I don't have time to look all this stuff up. What I do is I go through this in your guys' 2-hour thing. I was clipping my toenails.
Hold on. Fucking grin. That's fucking great, bro. Hold on. We're going to mute it so that you can't tell when you say it.
I really got to love Tent Man comment there, though. He's like, I'm clipping my toenails. I don't have enough time to search.
Oh, no. The point of that is that it's not your job to do someone else's homework, right? True. And this is another one of those, it's not really a technique. It's just, he did several things to Beth, or Beth allowed him to do these things. He spread out the definition enough to make it completely impossible to discuss the topic, because he could just transition to a different country and make his point all over again, and you'd have to defend it 157 times, right? In order for it to make any sense. On top of that, he included so much time that you would literally have to go through every single kingdom in the history of all of mankind and explain how each one of these yada yada. Yeah, globalist. Leah's got it. Yeah. And that's essentially how he defrocked your position. Your position was so specific that he was able to drown it in vagaries that had no bearing on the actual topic or the discussion. And I don't understand why Grid allowed that to happen. I kind of feel like that was Grid's fault, not yours. I mean, he gave you a prompt, you stuck in the prompt, and then Homeboy goes gallivanting off across all space and time to gather his cherry-picked concept.
Space and time.
Right? Okay, Bob, I got a question for you. What's your problem with simping?
Sorry, what's that?
Simping. Is there no room for simps in the world?
No.
What if I know a particularly hot Dami mommy, and I would like to temporarily simp for this Dami mommy? Is that acceptable?
Every man should simp for his wife.
Sorry, child walked into my room.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you repeat?
Suppose I have a particularly hot Dami mommy, and I would like to simp for that Dami mommy for temporary amounts of time, occasionally. Is there room for something like that?
So, okay. Simping, right, and respecting your wife are two different things. So I will bring my wife flowers, even when I think it's ridiculous that she's sad about something. Now, I don't think that's simping. I think it's understanding my wife. But simping is when my wife is threatening to kick me out of the house because I don't bring her flowers, right? So there is a difference between simping and understanding who your wife is and what she needs. If you're just not going to be a man anymore or stick up for yourself, then you're just to keep that woman for her appease, you're simping. If you are still keeping the patriarch but recognizing your woman's needs, then you're still being a man.
What if, and I am kind of fucking with you a little bit on this one.
I don't mind. I love it.
Just stick with me, bro. Let me cook for a second. What if the Dami mommy is my wife and no one ever finds out what happens? Is that simping?
Yes, because it happened. Because this is part of your relationship, even if nobody else in the world knows between you and her, right? That is going to give her a judgment of what she can control you with, which is actually putting her at the top of the patriarch, right?
Okay. What if, and stick with me, what if this is happening because I requested it? I demanded it. Does that change the profile there at all?
Oh, you requested that you want to be the simp?
Well, I mean, it depends on whether that falls under the. I'm trying to find the line at which it stops being simping and
You're
starts
very vanilla. If you knew the things I thought of in the past 24 hours, all of you would burn me at the stake.
But overall, I mean, the goal is to be the man that your wife wants you to be, in a protector role, not a simping role. Or like, I'm with my wife because my wife respects the decisions I make. I'm not with my wife because I do what she wants me to do. I don't think most women actually want men that are just slaves to their problems and their tempers. I think women want men that take the lead, take charge, and protect. Now, what you guys do in the background, I guess, like you said, what if it's just between me and her? Well, once again, if it's just between you and her, that's fine. But if now part of your directive is I want to be a little bit dominated by you in your background, as long as you're still having that dominant role by requesting her to dominate, then I think you're okay.
Yeah, this made you have to split some hairs a little bit, didn't it?
A little bit, but I enjoy the rhetoric.
That's the point of the questions. Do you believe in coincidence?
Not really. And
okay.
I mean, I bring it up because becoming a man of faith, right? It's amazing how many coincidences happen more often, which I don't think are coincidences, if that makes sense.
Okay, well, this is a series of questions. It's not just a one-off. So you don't believe in coincidence?
No.
Do you believe in free will?
Yes, and I know where this is going.
Are you?
I've had this discussion before.
I don't know if you do know where it's going. I'm not
maybe
doing
not,
it.
Maybe not. Okay, let's see.
Are you a communist?
No.
Are you an idiot?
Yes.
Okay. All right. See, this is a man that you can have an actual conversation with. Had he taken any of those bits of bait that was laid out there, it would be difficult to have a conversation with him because he's more idealistically driven than he is reality driven. He admits that he's insane and stupid. So this is worthwhile, totally worthwhile information. By not believing in coincidence at all, you accept every action under the sun as being a part of God's plan. And then furthermore, you expound the concept that you've read a book that was written by shepherds 5,000 years ago and have figured out God's plan to such an extent that you're at least willing to discuss what you think it is online. I'm not shooting shots or throwing shade on this. I'm just saying those 4 questions kind of clarify an awful lot of how much of a discussion we can have about this. That makes sense?
A little bit.
You might have to rethink on that one a little later. It came in kind of hot and fast, didn't it? Yeah. But that's kind of how it works. Because if you don't accept coincidence, then everything is a miracle, right?
Well, okay. I don't think I have to actually ask you the definition of a coincidence, but I mean,
shit happens.
Shit happens, right? And if 2 things happen that are identical or that line up, that doesn't mean that they actually have any correlation.
Sure. Okay.
But I can call it a coincidence by definition.
Right. Okay. So you are willing
so
to
we can scratch coincidence from being relevant.
Right. Okay. So, but here's where that kind of logic sort of breaks down a little bit. If it's a coincidence, is it part of God's plan?
Well, I already said that. I think we can scratch coincidences from logic.
Okay.
Because the coincidences don't exist. They just happen to be 2 things that in our minds that we correlate together, right? It's a coincidence that this person did a bad thing. We could call that also karma, right? It's a coincidence that when they did that bad thing, then they tripped and fell on their face. Although I can make a correlation that they did a bad thing to me and they fell on their face, and that I could call that a coincidence. It is a made-up word for 2 things that we can find some similarity between each other that don't actually really exist. And that would actually follow up with my your second question about free will. With free will, also coincidences do not exist. So I don't even want to argue the coincidence thing because it's not even a real thing.
You don't know how many times I've run into this very wall, bro.
I
Every time.
knew you were going down a path like this, but
Yeah, it's a little
I mean,
for most people's. Most of the time, they want to go at free will as being the causal stance for coincidence and a disapproval of God by, yada yada yada, that whole thing.
I personally believe that we can remove coincidence from the definition because it doesn't actually exist.
I don't believe you can remove coincidence from this conversation because if
all words are made up. Just pointing that out.
Sure, we're not doing the cultural what's it called, social construct thing right now. We're trying to piecemeal our way through the distinction between God's plan and the existence of coincidence, and how if one thinks about it a certain way, the existence of coincidence can sort of be used as a cornerstone to try to, I guess, besmirch.
I reject coincidences. So
I hear you. I'm trying to clarify for her, not. Okay. I'm not delivering an argument
for her too. When she said words are words, right? There is a word called a meter, but a meter actually doesn't exist. It's a measurement that we have defined, but it's actually not a physical thing. That actually, we have a meter and we have a foot and we have those things. The word exists, however, the thing doesn't actually exist. It's defined by the definition, which a coincidence is also defined by the definition of being two things that relate some way.
Sure, but both of these skew off of the point. A coincidence only has the value the individual experiences gives it, correct?
Yes.
So does a miracle.
Okay.
There's technically speaking very little difference between not being able to understand God's plan enough so that you see coincidences everywhere versus thinking you understand God's plan enough to completely cut away the concept of coincidence out of the discussion. I don't think I do. And so I am perfectly open to the idea that sometimes shit just happens.
I am open to the idea that shit just happens as well. If we go to the next piece, and I'll come back to this one, the free will part, right? This is something that a lot of people have.
That was a red herring, bro. I hung that out there hoping you'd bite on it. You don't have to chew on it anymore if you don't want to.
But this is kind of where, like, and I've been down this one before with a bunch of people that are don't believe in God. When I fight on free will, and I think this is one of the greatest gifts that God gave us, is this ability to have the free will to either choose to love Him or not love Him. And it's also one of the biggest things a lot of Christians deal with when, and actually secularists, when they say, like, if God is great, like, why does He let babies die? Why does He have floods? Why do people murder each other? Right? If He's omnipotent, He obviously could have created us just to love Him, and then we would have no free will. But He gave us this choice to either choose or not choose Him. We have that opportunity. Therefore, I also have the opportunity to kill my brother. I have the capability of being like Cain and Abel, and make the wrong choice. Some people would think this is unloving. This is an unloving God that actually gave me the ability to not love Him and have the choice to not love Him, and have the choice to kill, have the choice to grape, to have the choice to delete. And these are all horrible things we see in today's society. But I think it's one of the greatest gifts He gave us, is that ability to make a decision, because otherwise we're just pure slaves. Like we're all pre-programmed to do something. Now, somebody could say, okay, I know the philosophy experiment, where if I were to be walking down a lunch line and there's brownies and there's cookies, and the wind just happens to be blowing the right direction, that it goes over the brownies first and hits my nose. And therefore, when I hit the end of the lunch line, I choose the brownie, only because of the wind and the circumstance. Somebody could say, well, you didn't really have free choice. And if I rewind time, could I choose the cookie the second time? And the answer would probably be no, because the wind is still going to go over the brownie, still going to hit my nose. But this is where we have a soul, a spirit. Part of the Trinity of God is we have Jesus, we have God, and then we have the Holy Spirit, which is connecting us to another realm where we can actually make decisions outside of that, which means we can actually, oh, look at you go. You're like, what the fuck? We can actually make decisions outside of our own preview.
I get what you're saying, but what this almost got me kicked out of a church one day, bro. This very specific angle, because this is almost exactly where we ended up at in the conversation. But if it seems to me, well, no, that's wrong too. If you accept everything as God's plan, and yet you still think you understand God, but can't correlate very many of the things between two real points in space, right?
Mm-hmm.
The lack of coincidence would seem to be a stumbling block to the vagaries of history.
Keep on coming back to coincidence, and I think I pretty much already said that is not something that's real.
Sidestep that entirely. You said something about if I could go back in time. That doesn't appear to be one of those things that's available for
That's a hypothetical, right? We can use hypotheticals. Hypotheticals can exist even if they can't actually happen.
Sure.
Yeah.
But with the free will situation and the decision-making process, there is no reason to assume that you would choose the brownie the second time. I mean,
well, that was my point.
Sure,
the only way that so if you want to be a determinist where everything is pre-programmed, not even necessarily pre-programmed, there's just no other way another scenario would ever happen that would exist on us living in the dimensions we're living in right now only. Now, if our mind and our capabilities can exist outside of the dimensions that we're currently in, we do have the capability to make decisions outside. If we were to reverse time, to make a different decision the second time around, even if all the environment variables are the same, because we actually have something happening in another dimension.
Okay,
which could be now this actually lines up with science, and science actually will back this up. But this also could be what I'm relating to as the Holy Spirit and our connection to God. Because if we can go to heaven when our body dies, then obviously there's something more to us in this particular dimension. And it actually lines up with science.
And to a secularist, basically what you've just said, and keep in mind, I'm not against you, bro. We're not arguing at opposing points. I'm playing devil's advocate over here.
It's okay, because I think I'm winning on you. I think I'm tripping you up.
Okay, we'll cover that later. A secularist would hear that and basically hear that you have a feeling that you're right, and so you think you're right.
A secularist also believes in multiple universes, which I'm not opposed to, where we have made these other decisions, and every universe is every different version of every decision we made, which lines up exactly with what I'm saying right now.
What I'm getting at is, with that, all right. Let's back up foundationally, because I think we've skewed off of what I was trying to get at in the first place.
Okay.
All of this basically started with me making the statement that I believe the Powdered Dusty is one miracle away from being a believer. Amen. All it'll take is for him to witness something that he cannot personally accept or explain, but knows it has happened. It's impossible, and yet there it is. And
you know what? He's actually already admitted that too. He's actually said he's seen that happen multiple times, and he doesn't know how to explain it.
So when the point at which this is a big faith, big F faith, little F faith question. Some people have faith that, you know, the Bible exists, not that in the word or the religiosity and the fuzzy wuzzies.
Mhm.
Others have big F faith that the word means something. Generally atheists, secularists, some agnostics come along and tell you, oh, well, that's just a fuzzy feeling you get in your gut because you were taught to and indoctrinated as a child. In your case, you weren't indoctrinated as a child. In my case, my parents didn't indoctrinate me, but we did go to a whole bunch of different other places to get indoctrinated. So, like, voluntarily, does that make a difference? I'm not too sure. But here we are having this conversation. You assume big F faith, that it exists, that it's something that can be passed on to another person through experience, anecdotes, and evangelizing on some level. That's part of the whole nature of religion in its source, right? Is either to exclude people from it or to try to include other people to it. Now, not all religions are the same, but in general, it's a club. It's a social structure. It's something that's been put in place by people with authority, right? That authority being that of God on some level somewhere. 5,000 years of tried and true history can't necessarily be wrong. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's too many people who have done this successfully over and over and over and over again, and it's worked up to this point. I'm inclined to believe that there is something useful there, whether it's a religious thing, whether it's an emotional thing, whether it's simple, tried and true freaking common sense written in a way that makes it a little bit vague. So you got to work for it to get the point. All of that is perfectly acceptable within my thought process, whichever way you want to take it.
Yeah, no, I mean,
it's trying to get someone with a little F faith in the world to understand what the big F faith actually means. And that's going to take a miracle, literally.
No. Next time you're on my show.
Before you jump on 10th Man, just let me finish this thought here.
I'm just trying to tell
and
you.
Then I'll let you go.
Next time you're on my show, remind me to play that, and then I'll explain it.
But no, I just want to say, when it really comes down to like my faith, I cannot prove it, and it is 100% feels. So I'm just gonna throw it out there. Every Christian that has that hardcore faith, through our journey, when it comes to our end and us preaching our preaches and us evangelizing what we're evangelizing, I'm going to be the first one to admit it's unprovable, and it is feels that we have. Now, most of the conversations I have are actually going through trying to show to a secularist how we can actually look at some of the past and get to those feels. But in the end, I'm going to be the first one to put my hand up and go, my unshakable faith is a feel, and there's nothing I can do to ever prove that to you unless you join my cult. Go ahead, Tim.
That's kind of the point I was making, is that until someone believes, right? Because that kind of comes along right before faith, don't it? First you believe. If you're dealing with a typical, just normal, secular guy who's never encountered the holy, never experienced the Holy Spirit, never been involved in a good, solid, fire and brimstone tent revival, son, this change, this experience they have changes them significantly, because they go from believing that, well, life happens, shit happens, coincidence, blah, 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 some errant fucking shit in the flotsam and jetsam of the universe, and poof, all humanity exists and happens to live this way, and yada, yada, yada. And a bunch of shepherds wrote a book 5,000 years ago, and now we're doing this stuff, and that's just evil, right? But once they have that experience, once something triggers belief, it doesn't just change their perspective of the world. It changes how they interact in it. It can't help but do so. It's better than a chemical lobotomy, bro. When people and I'm going to use this term specifically because it's a little standoffish. Don't take it the wrong way, or do. I don't know. When you fall into the trap of the religiosity of the fuzzy wuzzies, it is a life-altering and sometimes permanent change. The hardest drug dealer out there sees God, and he stops all of his shenanigans, folds it up like it's a pup tent, throws it under his bed, never looks back at it, and lives his life to try to right the wrongs he committed in the past, to absolve the sins that he sinned. I don't know how else to explain it.
I mean, we can say for the majority of people, it's a good thing, right? When I see people killing in the name of God, that's a bad thing. Secularists often like to go.
I kind of disagree with that statement. There are times, and we're going to have to look at some history on this one. There have been times when such a thing might have been necessary, or Christianity would have fallen.
Like what?
So there was a point, 14th, 13th century, I believe, when most of the Iberian Peninsula was taken by a group of Moroccan marauders that ran across the Straits of Gibraltar and just wiped out most of the Spanish countryside. Spain was Muslim for 50 years, and then a group of Templars and some freaking bankers decided they didn't like that, and they went back down to the Rock of Gibraltar on the sword. And
so, I mean, would you not contribute that to certain passages of the Bible, which the people that did that chose specifically to justify their actions, but were not speaking in the nature of the new covenant? Is it misreading, or is it that God in what the Christians read, the New and Old Testament, God commanded them to do?
I don't think that matters as much as the defense of one's own beliefs, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, but we can actually look through the history of all wars that ever happened.
No, I was
3% of them actually were religious wars, and the other 97% of the wars worldwide were not religious.
That's true,
So,
and I'm not making the argument about all
horrible things that
went
did not line up with the Bible.
You went too wide. I'm not talking about all wars. I was speaking of this specific event because it is a linchpin in history where, had all of Spain fallen, had they made it into the French countryside, which it wasn't France then, I'm not sure, maybe it was, I don't remember. If they'd have made it into the French countryside, that would have opened them to basically take over most of Europe. The next strong, hard point, because we're dealing at this point with the zombie shamblings of what was Charlemagne's Christian Empire, right? These people roll in and just murk everybody and take over the farms. 700 years later or so, a group of Christians get together and go, hey, we can't let that happen. Now, I didn't think it was but for like 90 years. It was long enough for them to get settled, but not long enough for them to like establish footholds and forts and stuff like that, right? Had they made it through southern France at that point, that would have opened them to taking Italy, and direct access to the Russian steppes, direct access to England. And I mean, that was a tentative point in Christian history where, had not a group of knights picked up the sword and turned their plowshares into swords, Christianity not only probably wouldn't exist at this point, but certainly wouldn't be recognizable, because it would be coming more out of the Eastern Orthodox faith than we have from,
So would have that been a coincidence or a miracle?
I kind of consider the fact that the very limited number of people that went to fight that war won. Admittedly, they weren't fighting other knights, right? Most of these were just, what we would refer to, I guess, as itinerant squatters at this point, because I mean, there's no debating that they rolled in and murdered everybody that was there. So but this was not France. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
France had no skin in the game of Spain other than being monarchies and Christian. And so when this started happening there and the word got out that, hey, they're just slaughtering Christians over here, a whole bunch of knights stood up and said, well, we can't allow that because it is the better part of man to save one's. But to do that, you kind of got to strike while the fire's hot, right? You got to, that's going to be by blood. There is no debate on that. It just so happened that when it was by blood, most of the warriors involved in the takeover had already gone on to other wars. And it was unfortunately mostly families that were being deposed and dispossessed out of their farms. Now, whether they were just outright murdered or turned out, that seems to be about a 50-50. There's not a shit ton of bodies from it, but occasionally there are, right? Why those bodies are there and what took place to make those graves occur, debatable point. I mean, if you stand in the middle of a quarry, if we're like, bitch, get out, there's 700 of us in armor, and you decide to try to stay and fight, and our holy mandate from heaven is to remove you from these shores, you know. And the Pope muddies the water entirely when it comes down to it, because this is literally mouthpiece of God, and the infallibility clause is something that sticks in my craw like a rock.
I'm definitely have to look into that more. I mean, as I mentioned to your 4 questions, I am definitely an idiot. I'm always trying to learn, so that's going to be my next research piece. Interesting, though. I like it.
It's a really interesting period of history because what history we have of it is really weird in that some of the history comes from the initial invasion, and we get that from the Muslims themselves that moved in. I don't know what they were, what the tribe specific was, what specific Sunni or none of that, right? I have no clue. But the rest of that story is written almost entirely straight out of the Vatican when it's all said and done. The reasoning, all of the historical notes that we get are largely derived from the Vatican libraries, because these knights, some of these knights kept diaries, and we don't have access to those diaries. What we have is copies that people made of those diaries and brought out of the Vatican. And so we don't really have a really clear history of how the retaking of the Iberian Peninsula took place, but we got a pretty damn good idea on how the Muslims took it. And they did it by basically fire and sword.
All right. So what's your next question? I didn't really, I was coming up here to be drilled.
Well, no, I mean, you seem to be having fun. I'm not trying to go at you. We can
no, I love it. I do. I do love it.
Grid. I'm good with that too. I've also got a specific video I wanted to play tonight. Well, let's jump to that. And let's see.
And I have to take a bio break, so I'm going to go off cam for a sec.
All right, bro. So YouTube changed some stuff, and in the past 5 years, and apparently a modern YouTuber that has started their channel, their career within the past 5 years, their average lifespan on YouTube is 7 years. These are people who become professional creators and not just the bubblegum lollipoppers that are like, so I wouldn't say 10th Man falls in this group. I probably don't fall in this group either, because these are people who are doing a brand, attempting to finance their livelihood through YouTube, whether it's streaming, product placement, whatever it is, right? The lifespan of the average YouTube career is 7 years. And Mr. Slightly Sexy Beard over here, why does he have bigger canines than me? I'm going to have to talk to my dentist. That's not right. He's definitely more masculine. He needs to grow his hair out longer. Looks like he'd have a real good lion's mane. This is the name of it. Zeer2. Not sure how much I like that. We'll go with it. And he's going to explain the whole thing.
Hi, everyone. My name's Patrick, and I'm the creator of the channel Tear Zoo. I've never really made one of these talk directly to the audience type videos before, so forgive me if it's a bit rough around the edges. But there's something I wanted to talk to you guys about. They say the average YouTube career lasts between 5 and 7 years. And as of July, I'm officially on year 8. This isn't just folk wisdom. You can see this for yourself by punching your favorite creator into Google Trends and seeing what the pattern looks like. You'll almost always see some.
Exactly. Now, what this is showing is Vsauce, the Game Theorist, Vlogbrothers, and the Odd Ones Out. These are their metrics over the last 5 years, 7 years. And as you can see, and this is true with almost every YouTuber out there. I've looked at the dashboard on a whole bunch of different channels, and you see this same little arc here, right? It's a little tighter on some cases, more spread out on others. The Game Theorist thing there, that's those couple of few spikes over there. That's unusual for there to be that much of an interest generated that late in a career. This is an almost direct byproduct of two things. One is your physical interest in doing the work and putting out the content and making the effort to be good at what you are doing. You lose interest over time. You start getting more outlandish, and then people stop paying attention because you get silly. The other end of it is the algorithm reining them in. Look at this. You would expect some amount of tail off, but you wouldn't expect it to follow almost exactly the same curve for the interest over time bit. That's wild to me. That's not natural. That's an algorithmic push of some kind. I don't even know if y'all understand what I'm trying to say.
I'm listening to you, bro. I'm just mad you didn't finish my video. Go ahead.
We're going to finish it. I'm
fucking with you. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Do you disagree with my interpretation?
No, I've watched, and I've also watched a lot of big YouTubers just leave because, okay, so about 5.5, 6, 7 years ago, that's why this is all not even real, because he's leaving out the fact that 6.5 years ago, how they paid out YouTubers completely changed. My buddy Andrew used to make like $18,000 a month, and it went down to like $1,000 a month, like that, like instantaneously, just boom.
My point of showing these graphs, of stopping here and explaining this, is that your biggest chance for growth is right after you start your channel. When you start a new channel, you should hit that sucker as hard as you can with the wildest shit you've got. Whatever it is, go hard. If it gets nuked from orbit, it doesn't matter because it's a freaking new channel and you can just turn around and start another one. You just started one. It's after you've been running a channel for a year and a half that you become a little dependent on it. The identity, the clout, the ability to walk through doors that you didn't have before. Being a new channel and doing it convincingly, you get a second chance, right? You get that initial push. The same thing happens. You go look at my shit. It looks exactly like this, except it didn't go nearly as high and didn't have nearly as much view interest, right? But the same shape. And I'm 6 years in, right?
I've had 250,000 views.
I've got 2-point-something million. I don't know what to tell you. But I've been doing it for 6 years, right? I've been unmonetized that whole time. And I think all of this ties in to, like he was saying, the way they changed the payouts and the way CPM was altered a few years ago, and the way they changed how they accept AdSense. you can't be accepted in AdSense if you've ever violated certain types of terms and conditions. And this doesn't necessarily require a strike. They can just end your career right there. Flow State is a perfect example. Homeboy did nothing but have conversations and a few little racy videos. Gets demonetized. Turns around, does almost an identical thing with another channel. That channel stays monetized. What's the difference? The difference was exactly how hard in the paint he went. While it wasn't strikes that got him demonetized, and it wasn't anything that he uploaded publicly that got him demonetized. It was a private video that had never been made public, had never been published, and was just sitting over there for editing purposes later. And they got their freaking skirts in a bunch and hit him with the demonetization. Poof. So he starts a new channel. 6 weeks he's 3 weeks he's monetized, and 6 weeks he's got almost as many subs on his second channel as he has on his first. And I mean, that's the evidence right there. But he was able with his second channel to filter his subscribers from being just everybody who happened to click through and notice him to just the people that directly supported his content by filtering through the first channel. Most people can't do that because you lose that first channel along with all the content on your channel from it. I know Blue Unicorn.
I'm listening intently here because I just went through my YouTube channel here, and I see my first panel that I ever joined was 3 months ago. So I'm 3 months old right now in this universe.
And you're toting around how many subscribers?
What's that?
How many subscribers? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh yeah, like none. I think I have. I think I just hit like 90, maybe 88.
I'm subscribed. Yeah, no, I thought you had. When I subscribed, I think you had 60 or something. But no, you're actually in a better position to grow than I am. When you look at this curve on the screen, the way it just nosedives off, that is the endless treadmill of YouTube. You have to put in more effort and do more things to maintain level. That's sort of the creator trap. And this is exactly why people burn out.
I can see that.
Perform at this level here constantly. And once you reach that peak, there is no higher, and the algorithm doesn't seem to realize that. The algorithm wants to push you harder and harder and get you to make more and better content, but it doesn't care about quality. It just cares about the things that YouTube algorithms care about. And what you end up with,
would it care about quality in the sense that it looks at the amount of hours viewed per video?
You would think so, but this graph says otherwise.
Okay.
This graph says otherwise across several different types of channels. I don't know about the odd one out, but everyone knows Vsauce. The Vlogbrothers, they do very similar content. And the Vlogbrothers actually dropped off in a much more interesting way than Vsauce, because Vsauce has been running consistent videos throughout the majority of his career, whereas the Vlogbrothers would do they might have 6 weeks of uploads take place in a row and then not upload for 3 or 4 weeks and then upload 3 or 4 more. And they were kind of hit and miss on their scheduling, whereas Vsauce has been fairly steady on its scheduling. I can't compare the other two, but Game Theorist, as far as the numbers game, straight statistics across the board, autistic attention to detail here. Game Theorist and Vsauce actually have more similarities in their channels as far as performance than they do on topics, right? So Vsauce does just anything under the sun, whereas Game Theorists are largely dealing with games and movie related theories that are associated with the games. And so it's odd that they have similar performances over certain short-term arcs.
But it's interesting that out of all of them, right, the Game Theorists, I mean, I would say that their quality is okay, but every once in a while they hit gold, right? So you have those two spikes there.
Right.
You look at the Vlog Brothers, right? Their content has just been steadily decreasing. And then when you look at was it Vsauce up there, they actually have some decent quality because it jumps up and down, right? They're doing something interesting every once in a while. At least that's how I'm reading it.
Vsauce uploads a very consistent amount of content over this entire time period, and it increased up to the point where I think it was like a video every other day of a specific type. There's other stuff he was also doing that doesn't directly count into things like view time, where he was doing polls and stuff on community tab stuff. Like, you used to get flooded with Vsauce shit. Like, it was everywhere all the time. You couldn't get away from it. In fact, to this day, if you go and watch a Vsauce video, there's like a 20% chance you will be given a Vsauce video immediately after it. I think it's just written into the algorithm at this point. My point is, when you start a channel, that's your best period of growth. That's your best chance at the algorithm not kneecapping you. So take full advantage of it. Take you a couple of weeks. Think about what you want to do. Put together your fucking content. Do a little bit of editing, terrible as it will be. Just do the work that leads to the channel. Now, if it's your first channel, I say balls deep that bitch immediately, just as hard as you can, because if it gets nuked, it's your first channel. Don't sweat it. I did this channel with the intention of being nuked, and it didn't get nuked, and I was utterly flummoxed by the idea that I was able to get away with some of the shit that I did. Here I am. I mean,
how long have you been doing it now?
I've been doing YouTube in general for 6 years. I started as a shorts channel and realized after 3 or 4 years of that I'm fairly successful at it, that the money in shorts is in millions of views and not in view time. And so I fell backwards into doing live streams by dint of the first microphone I bought was broken and I couldn't record with it, but it just so happened to work on StreamYards. And I went on a panel and everybody laughed their ass off all night. And I got invited to a bunch of other panels and sort of fell backwards into making a show, interviewing people and going over details and data and stuff, because apparently my brain is somewhat weird. Like, I never intended, my original plan for this channel was to read Westerns, dude. It was one sentence that ruined it. As the sheriff walked listlessly down the lazy street, listless. I read that one line like 10,000 times and was not satisfied with it, and I don't think I ever went back to trying to read Westerns. I'll read anything else on earth.
That's great. I mean, I came on because I was actually watching debates for like years on YouTube, and I kept on running into Sarah's channel. So I actually messaged her. I'm like, how do I get on your show? Because there's this dumb guy in a top hat, Abe, who I love. Who, by the way, I love. So if you're watching, I didn't know you at the time. I was like, if a guy with a freaking top hat can do it, I can do it. And Abe and I are great friends now, right? But I'm like, if that guy can do it, I'm going to figure out how to start my own YouTube channel. So I decided, because I got so frustrated watching some of these debates, because I mean, I would literally be sitting there watching them, and I'm like screaming out loud to my screen. I'm like, I need to get into this debate. I need to get my word in.
That's so cool.
So that's why I jumped in.
Where was the first place you joined the panel?
Sarah's channel. I actually reached out to Sarah. Wow. I didn't even know how to do it. I didn't even have a channel or anything like that.
That's so cool, dude.
I reached out to Sarah 3 months ago, and she said, jump on Mod Monday. Abe was on the channel. Cleaner was on the channel. Flow State was on the channel. After my first appearance, Flow's like, come over to my channel. Yeah, so that's kind of how I got started.
Oh, speaking of Flow State, he'd be mad if he thought I hadn't done this properly yet, ladies and gentlemen. It's so sad. I want money. I want money. And Trump recently said that he's going to let us keep our tips from creators' spaces. So, like, by all means, tip. We can move on with the show, but tips make it better. I become more interested and more intrigued by the concept of people sending money, especially random people that I don't know. That's the most important part, that I don't know you, because that makes it all the more fun.
Absolutely. Tip this guy. Give him some likes. Subscribe.
Yeah, I'm supposed to grift like every 15 minutes, and apparently I don't do that. And so when I remember it, I tend to go overboard because I'm like, shit, I'm going to forget again in a minute. Somebody's going to yell at me later.
Yeah, I haven't really gotten good at that grifting part yet, but
it's a muscle, bro. You ever started a new workout regimen and felt the utter hell of the next morning and then the morning after that?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so that's how this works. The first time you flex that muscle, it hurts. That's just your pride fucking with you, boy. Just so you know. Don't worry about that.
I've got this philosophy here. Like any hobby I do, like I want to profit off of it a little bit, or at least have it at least pay for the hobby. So, like,
sure,
I got this microphone right here. It's not that great. I think the microphone is one of the most number one things you need.
Yeah,
you need your voice to be clear. It needs to be good. I don't think I have the best microphone. So my number one grift is to get myself a nice Shure microphone.
Get one of these. I swear to God, look at this. I can't even talk directly into the fucker because I do project. I'm one of those people that can like stand in a rock quarry and yell at the bastard in the bottom and he'll understand what I'm saying. I project. I really can't help it. But I can also do some really decent ASMR stuff.
That sounds good. So yeah, I think a good mic is number one. I think the camera is number two. Actually, I do have a really good camera. I just haven't hooked up yet. But I think the mic is way more important than the camera.
This allows me to mute on the fly. Right? So I don't have to search around for a button over here. If somebody walks in the room or some kid comes flying over the top ring rope,
which I have happening a lot,
I can just turn it off. It just goes away, and there's a light involved so that you know when it's on and off. You can just look over at your desk and see whether or not you're hot. I mean, I'm always hot. Yes, ma'am. Are you going to stay on camera?
Did everybody else fall asleep here?
I feel like I came in at the right time.
Oh, you're Dusty's wife, right?
Yes, I am.
Welcome in, Lady K.
Oh.
Lady K. Where is Dusty? I haven't seen him for a while.
Type backstage. Prove to me you're who you are.
Thank God you shut up, Kate. I haven't been able to even get more than one or two words in edgewise while these two autistic motherfuckers blathered for 2 hours.
It's not always about you, 10th Man.
It was
Let's talk about
supposed to be.
10th Man, though, because he is the king of YouTube.
That's the funny part. We actually came over here to watch something that was about 10th Man, and we still haven't actually gotten through it.
That is crazy.
I'm happy. I made $5.
That's good.
So how much of this have you been watching? Because
I actually did my own little stream for a second about is the man cold real?
the man
Cold. The man cold.
Yes. No, actually, I've got a little something to say about that. And I know why this has become a question, right? So in your experience, and I'm assuming you've seen at least a couple of sick men, father, brothers, siblings, whatever, right? Do men take a cold harder than women on average?
How do you mean exactly?
Is
I can tell
man
you
cold real? The fact that you've asked the question means that you understand the question,
Yeah,
is
a lot of men, I would say, though, what plays a factor is a lot of men that I know that end up with a cold that seems worse are also working jobs that would make it worse. Whether you're
okay.
going in and out of a freezer or you're outside in the cold, like,
Sure. Vibe.
except for
Do you think men take on colds worse than women?
they're huge.
You're still
maybe
muted.
about
What's
it,
that?
Yes. Yes.
Do you think men take colds worse than women? That women tough out colds better than men?
So yeah, I have a theory on this that my wife disagrees with because she always says I'm a pussy when I get sick. I think that we hold out until the last minute, and when we're down, we're like, "Give us a day. Let me sleep. I'm not being a pussy because I'll be back to work tomorrow."
Okay, I don't necessarily disagree with that. And there, I think the reason is actually known. We just haven't gotten there yet. OG, man cold, is it a thing?
Yes, absolutely.
Tits man cold.
No, that's pussy shit. I've been
Okay.
so sick that I couldn't even breathe for weeks and still went to work.
Sure. Zephyr, man cold, real, not real.
I think that guys need a lot more tending to when they're sick. Because, like,
So yes, is what you're saying.
yeah.
Okay.
Generally.
All right. Now,
Could I
here's
expand
the
upon
answer
why
to
I
it.
say
Sure,
yes?
sure.
I think it's because our immune systems are stronger. I think it's because in general we require more nutrition, we require more of everything. And like when we get sick, it's kind of like what Vibe was saying. When we get sick, we're really fucking sick. When we get put down in the dirt, it gets really, really bad. And like 10th man, I've been dog ass sick and I've went to work. Ear infections, colds, coughs, it doesn't matter.
All right.
Actually,
Agreed.
studies suggest that your testosterone or your immune system is not better. That
Well,
is
it
actually
is
worse.
provided we have enough testosterone.
Yeah.
I think women just think that we're pussies about it because when we know we can't go, we just say we're shutting down, and we tell
So-
our woman,
Well,
we're like,
it's because
"I'm
it's
out.
because
It
it's
happens
because
I
the
men
way
are
can't do
disposable.
anything. You have to let me recover." And like Orthodox said, we'll go to work when we're sick, and we'll do that over and over, and we'll work through it. But when we know we're down, we know we're down, and then the women are like, "Oh, what a pussy."
Well,
So-
it's because men are disposable in society as well. That's another reason. That's another reason people don't believe in it. Men,
All right.
men, when it comes to mental health, sickness, or even disease like cancer, they typically it's like, fuck them.
This is a 100% real and scientifically verifiable thing, right? And there's a simple reason it happens that most people just don't even consider. When you
Being a
get
pussy.
sick, your body, basically, he's not wrong. When you get sick, your body starts turning all kinds of efforts and resources over to fighting the sickness. This happens before you ever know you're sick. In the process of that, your body transfers resources that were intended for things like testosterone production, the corticosteroid production inside to keep down inflammation and stuff. And so you've been working along, you get a little sniffle, you feel a little bad. 48 hours later, your ass is laying prostrate in the bed, sweating through your entire mattress and coughing up your freaking testicles, right? You're done. You can't do it. And it's not that you're a pussy. It's that so many of your body's resources have been taken away to your daily maintenance of your inflammation, your injuries, all your little things have been taken away from that all of these things suddenly pop up as being an issue, and things that you've been ignoring become a major problem. And so it all cascades at once because of a lack of testosterone being produced because you're sick. It's a cascade effect. And then so women don't have those levels of testosterone. They lose they lose a little testosterone, but mostly estrogen. And so they get a little bit more bitchy and a little bit less tolerant of bullshit. And they'll kind of tough their way through it. But men lose all of their bonus freaking like immunosuppressant capabilities of testosterone. It's like a fucking miracle drug. And when that miracle drug gets taken away temporarily, you're suddenly a boppy, soppy, wet pussy. That's exactly what happens.
You turn into a female.
For a second, yeah, for 12 hours. For 12 hours, that 12 hours you're down and you just need more chicken soup and somebody please change that fucking fan around because I'm cold and now I'm hot and someone needs to, you know what I mean? Can I get another blanket? This was terrible. It's all soaked with sweat. Do my other foot and fix me some milk and Pepsi. I want a Dr. Pepper. Can somebody get me a root beer? I need.
I can't ever remember being sick for more than a day. Like I just crash out. I'm done. Right. I'm like, don't disturb me. Let me recover. Let my body do it.
Right. You sleep for 12 hours and you sleep for 12 hours. You eat maybe a little more, maybe a little less. But when you do get that 12 hours or that 14 hours or however long you spend just laying there is a point in time you are not using resources for anything involving work or family or anything like that. Your ass is laid up in the bed. That allows you to put resources towards the production of the various hormones you need to get through in life. It's a totally documentable thing, bro. And it follows a perfect little curve too, because your testosterone drops, your aches and pains increase. The next thing you know, you clock out of work and you go to fuck home and you tell everybody to fuck off and you get in the bed like a sopping wet pussy. 12, 14, 18 hours later, you've balanced your testosterone out a little bit and you kind of take another swing at this and you're on the recovery, unless you don't recover. I'm sorry. I'll stop.
Dusty was sick one time for a week. That sucked.
Yeah, it's no fun. I caught one. Never invite meth heads into your house. I got a lung flu from a chick.
I didn't know they got sick.
Well, that's the thing. It's like
the meth counteracts it.
Usually, it happens so fast you don't realize they were sick.
It's cold medication, so it's kind of like they're always treating themselves.
I was gonna say, I don't know if I've known one to be sick after.
This chick shows up. She's trying to get clean. She's doing all the things, and then on a random Tuesday at fucking 6 a.m., she disappears. She's gone for 3 weeks. Shows back up 3 weeks later. Gonna get clean. Gonna kick it this time. We're not gonna, But she's got a little lung flu. Right. She comes in, stays for 6 hours. She crashed out on the couch for 6 hours and then woke up and was like, I don't know who I was kidding, and left. Right. In that 6 hours, I caught that lung flu that she had. My wife caught it and my wife gets it 48 hours later. She's fine. 2 weeks later, I'm still barely able to breathe. Finally, basically, I just quit my fuck. I was literally at work one day and was kind of dragging ass around because I was sick as a dog. And I was gray and pale and everybody could tell I was sick. And they just weren't bothering me because I was sick and still working. And one of the bosses comes over and is like, man, you're going to have to pick up your feet a little bit more. And I just dropped the shovel. I was running and walked and got in my truck and went home. And 2 days later, I was still fucking just as sick. And I looked at my wife and I was like, I need to go to the hospital. And she's like, do what? I said, someone needs to drive me to the hospital. I can't breathe. And so we get to the hospital, they take a culture, and I've got some freaking literal lung flu. I've had the flu for fucking month. And they hit me with some fucking antivirals and antibiotics. And 72 hours later, I hacked all that shit out of my lungs and was fine. But without that drug, without the treatment, the proper treatment for whatever the fuck it was that was going on, I don't think I would have recovered for that. 3 weeks is a long time to have a little cough.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a long time to have a little cough.
And walking around with everything tasting like chicken soup all the time. Like wake up in the morning and sneeze and it's chicken soup. And that was another thing. It wasn't just a lung thing. It would hang out in my lungs for a while and then go to my sinuses for a couple of days. And then my lungs would clear out and then my sinuses would be all fucked up. And then my sinuses would clear out and my lungs would funk up again. It was horrible. It was bad. Walking around. I got out of bed. Now what?
That sounds horrible. No, I've never been that sick. The worst I don't know, stomach stuff. I hate stomach stuff.
I've got one coming through right now. My oldest daughter's children get taken to do vaccinations and stuff. While they're in the little waiting room, one of the kids in there barfs up cigarette butts that ate out from under the porch when it was young. I don't know. It just projectile vomited all over the waiting room. And they changed, they immediately changed the vaccination or whatever it was. I don't remember why the kid went up there, but they went up there, walked in, projectile vomiting, and left immediately. 24 hours later, one of the kids is barfing all night. 24 hours after that, the other kid starts barfing. 24 hours after that, the mom starts barfing. And then my other daughter went over and babysat while the mom went to go get fluids at the hospital, right? And 24 hours after she gets back, she's projectile vomiting all over a Waffle House down here. Like,
oh my God.
And I'm like, there it's coming. I see it circling. It's right over there. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm hearing.
Occasionally, though, somehow like one person will stay clear. Sometimes I think that's like patient zero or something. Like you're the one who was spreading it to everyone, but you never got it.
Ever heard of Typhoid Mary? Typhoid Mary. Typhoid Mary, and I might have my time framing a little bit wrong, but in the late 19th century, she was a waitress, and she worked at all kinds of places all up and down the East Coast. And with typhoid, all it takes is like physical contact, and she was serving food. And so there would be these typhoid breakouts everywhere that she went. But apparently she was a really good waitress, and so she made decent money doing it. So everywhere she went, there would be these typhoid breakouts, and it wasn't until they tied the typhoid breakouts to a waitress that had worked there for a few weeks and moved on that they were able to distinguish the fact that some people do not get sick from typhoid. 99% of the population, it damn near kills them without treatment. But some people can catch it, and they just walk around spreading it to other people.
Are you purposely bringing that up to make me start screaming?
You can scream if you want. I got time. How about you?
Look up typhoid. If it's disease caused by salmonella, I didn't know that salmonella went farther than fucking salmonella.
You can spurg out if you want.
Okay, man, go.
It's
no, it's just I told that Typhoid Mary story at the beginning of 2020, and no one listened. And then look what happened.
What happened?
It was your fault. You did it.
What happened in 2020? We're all locked in our houses and stuff, right?
Didn't get sick until after they came out with the thing.
I got sick as hell before any of that shit was a thing at all.
Yeah, that's actually when Dusty did too. He was sick for about a week. I made him go in. I figured he had the flu of some sort. Well, I got it during the summer. I was at 3 days of a fever, and I was like, fine. The only thing, the loss of smell.
Yeah. In my case, it wasn't a loss of smell. It was a cloaking of smell. Everything smelled and tasted like chicken soup, like bad chicken soup, like metallic bad chicken soup.
Smelled like shit. That was the only thing afterwards that I could smell, and it smelled like shit. Like literal shit. I hated
So,
taking pictures.
my wife's sister was on a tour of Asia, and in the process, like this is fucking weeks before the lockdown, and
Oh, when they were saying everything was fine?
2019, the 25th, around Christmas, she was touring Asia. 2020, on the 1st, 31st, she comes through here, New Year's Eve, and just stops by for a minute, was talking about how the flight was really weird because there was nobody on it. Like her and one other person were like the only people on the flight, and how when she got to the airport, there were some crowded areas, but then there were other areas that were completely empty, and it was weird because that's Atlanta, right? And then she stops by here, talks to us, and she goes to Savannah. The next day, or not the next day, or yeah, the next day, my whole family packs up and goes to Disney World. They spend a week at Disney. While they're gone, I get the worst sickness I've ever had in my life. This shit put me down like a bad puppy. It was like I had rabbits loose in my lungs, like whole fuzzy rabbits. And the first couple of days, I just kind of toughed it out. But on the third day of being sick, I woke up in like 6 a.m. and felt like I was covered in grease. And I went and took like a super hot shower and like washed the living shit out of myself, wrapped up in a towel and sat down on my recliner, and turned on my PlayStation and passed out. I wake up, one of the dogs has jumped in my lap, and because his fucking nails are really sharp, he scratched up my chest because I was just sitting there with a towel around my waist. Freaking out, knocks the chair over. I fall over backwards, and I get up, and the dogs are freaking out, and I'm like, shut up, and I just feel like I'm covered in grease again, and I go and take a shower. But it was the longest walk I've ever took in my life. It was like it took superhuman strength to stand up and walk down that hallway. And while I was standing in the bathroom, I'm like, okay, well, I know I just took a shower, but I feel nasty. So I took another shower. And then when I got back into the living room, which I came out of the shower, I coughed up a bunch of crap and came out of the shower. I go back to the living room. Is that really you, Bert? Yes, sir. Okay. Confirm yourself. You've got to unmute to confirm.
Yeah, no, I'm confirmed. Seems that my internet has gone out here. I'm actually running through my phone right now, so I don't know what the quality is.
Shut down your camera, and that'll release a little bandwidth for the audio to work better. So the dog knocks me over. I take another shower. I cough up gobs and gobs of crap out of my lungs during that shower. If you've ever seen, what was the one where Ed had the movie where Ed Harris, not Leviathan, but the other movie that was made at the same time. He drowns.
The Abyss?
Yes,
The Abyss?
Yeah. All right. You remember the fluid crap that they breathe?
You guys keep me around for something.
I'd say I'm sure do. The fluid crap that they breathed in that movie. At the end, when he coughs up all of that shit out of his lungs, that's what it was like in the fucking shower. When I went in there, I leaned over, breathed in, bubble, 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 and just breathed out, and a gob of shit come out. And after I stood up, I could fucking think, I could move. I had the strength to walk around, but getting into that shower was like climbing Mount Everest. It was horrible.
Oh, that's strange.
Turns out I'd been passed out for 24 hours. I had 200 and some odd missing texts, and both my brother and my pops had come by because my wife had tried to call me. I didn't answer. Then I didn't answer any of the texts. And so my brother had come by that morning. Then my pops come by that afternoon, and my brother come by that night. And then the next morning, my brother showed up and was just like beating on the door, and that's what triggered the dogs. And he left there to go talk to my pops and be like, look, we're going to have to do a welfare check on him over here. And I went and took that shower, And when I come back and saw that my phone had 245 missed messages and like 125 missed calls, I called my pops first and actually got him just as my brother was getting there in a full-blown panic because I answered the door. You know, I do that thing. I'll at least tell you what's up. I can't shut up. I mean, really. So it was just a really rough lung flu. And really, really creepy because I really hadn't heard anything about it until right after this. So right after this, I hear something about this mysterious bug that's going around killing folks. And I'm like, dude, if it's anything like that shit I just fucking had, man, fuck that. I went all prepper on some shit for about 3 weeks. I went to my fucking dentist. I was having oral work done, and I'd already scheduled everything, and it was all paid for, and everything was set up. And I saw the concept of a lockdown being bandied about, and I went up there and told that woman, I need to talk to whoever's in charge of scheduling, whoever that is. And she was like, it's me. I'm the one in charge of scheduling. I said, I need to know how much it would cost to get all of this done before the fucking apocalypse. And she giggled, and I went, no, ma'am, I'm dead serious. The whole universe is about the lockdown, and I would like to have this done before that. And she giggled again, but, you know, pitched me a price, and I paid the extra and left. And then I get a phone call about a week into lockdowns like, you need to come by the office. And I went by the office, and they basically left my fucking shit all sitting there so I could go get it. It was really strange. And I felt like I was doing drugs. Like I was trying to do drugs. It was real weird. Really weird time. Have you seen any of the Amazon War of the Worlds movie with Ice-T? Ice Cube?
Who?
Ice
Ice Cube? No, I don't think
All right.
so. Well,
It's distilled 2020. It feels just like 2020. When you're watching it, it feels like you're sitting in your fucking living room because you're not allowed to go anywhere because you might get pulled over if you try to drive anywhere. Myself, I went fishing. You're welcome to try to find me out in those swamps. Go ahead. Good luck.
I was moving out of the hood the week of the lockdown.
Right. Well,
And
Georgia
I
didn't
was
lock down real tight.
Huh?
Georgia didn't really lock down real tight. Basically, it kind of came down to, you know, a bunch of people decided to stay home. Not everybody, you know. Like, I was able to get weed and hookers the whole way through. So the essential workers were allowed out.
Yeah. Oh, one of the. I think I still on? I think I might have been on diversion or probation at the time. That stuff was nuts. Because if you called your probation officer or something like that, like it went to voicemail. If you emailed them, like you got this automatic email back. I was like, all of these people are going to be out here partying hard because they're not doing anything.
Yeah, not doing shit.
Government stuff shut down.
I tell you what though, the Indian liquor store over here stayed open through absolutely everything, and it was so hilarious because all of the beer Corona.
Yeah. Oh.
The tagline for Corona during one period of time was Corona is here, right? And they had this sign in the window that said this. And it was so hilarious because you couldn't go to Walmart without getting shook down by some little old black lady about some masks, right? I went to the Walmart up here, and I walk in, and I like grab a double armful of stuff, and I'm just about to leave when random bitch mode Karen number 73 over here wanders over and is like, "Oh, sir, you need a mask." I said, "Oh, my bad. Here, hold this." And I loaded her up with shit and walked away. Went and got the truck and left. And I come back the next day, walked in, and she was the greeter at the door. And I walked by her without a mask, and she just stared me down all the way by. Right? She didn't say a word. I went and got my shit, and I left. She didn't say a word. But then the next time I went, I've got a whole buggy full of crap. But I had also just picked up my Mandalorian mask, and it was in my truck. And so I'm in there, no mask on, walking around doing the things, and somebody stops like, "Sir, you're gonna have to leave if you don't have a mask." I was like, "Oh, no problem." And I pushed my buggy over to the corner, went and got my Mandalorian helmet, put it on, come back in, and then they had like a group of people following me around the joint because I was also wearing like a floor-length trench coat. It was creepy. I'm not gonna lie. It was definitely creepy looking, but at the same time, you want me to wear a mask? Shut the fuck up. You don't get to choose the mask. Seen one dude walking around with a pair of his fucking wife's underwear on his head, calling it a mask.
Oh my
That
gosh.
shit was hilarious. That shit was absolutely hilarious.
I saw someone like the first day, I think, announced that there was gonna be the shutdown. Not when it happened, when everybody then hit the stores and the toilet paper disappeared. Anyway, that day, saw a guy at the gas station completely like suited up, yellow suit, mat, like head thing on. Like, do you even really know how those things work? Like, you're outside now, you're gonna have to get back into your car. And like, you're taking it all with you. I don't like the. I'm
not going to get into how much I know about viruses because I was very interested in virology coming out of high school, and I had access to the entire library network available to everyone. Right. And so diseases have always been an interest of mine because they're always odd. It's like a true crime, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just an interest I have. And when I have an interest, I do everything from the very wide, weird searches all the way down to the laser focus of like, I can tell you exactly how to identify smallpox, and I could probably do it through a computer screen.
Huh. That's the nifty skill. Huh, nifty.
Or good dose of anthrax.
I don't know. Well, I know just enough. I have not studied it like you, but I don't know. It does interest me a little bit. But I know enough from CNA class to know that if it's airborne, we're all fucked.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's there. It becomes endemic immediately. It's immediately endemic. It does not matter how much effort you put into trying to stamp it out or spray the freaking sidewalks with hand sanitizer or whatever you want to fucking do. It does not matter. Once that shit goes airborne, if it's got any level of communicability, toast. You're done. Your next best bet is from stopping it. You can't stop it. There's no stopping it. That's not a thing. But the next best bet is to survive.
There's many people out there that still think that it was airborne. You know that, right?
Wasn't it airborne? I don't even know what about. I didn't get it till after the damn thing came out. So I don't know.
Yeah, we should probably transition off of this topic. Check this thing out.
Yeah. All right. Variation of this. So I started this channel when I was 22, and it has truly been a dream job for me. I've loved pretty much every minute of it, and it's been more fulfilling and rewarding than I ever thought possible. I've met my heroes, won awards, and spoken at creator events next to some true legends. However, when it comes to YouTube, the game has changed a bit, especially with respect to the financial angle of it all. So, of course, it would be ridiculous for me to expect nothing to change over the course of almost a decade. Fads come and go, new creators rise up, and video formats get stale. Even my own video format, the tier list, has kind of escaped its initial meaning a bit because of how ubiquitous it's become on YouTube. When I first started making YouTube videos, tier lists were pretty much only ever seen in a video game context, usually to discuss the competitive metagame of a popular video game like Super Smash Bros. Or Overwatch. But now, in part due to the popularity of my videos, and in part due to the prevalence of Twitch streamers using tiermaker.com as a conduit for their hot takes, it's really not self-evident just from the title and thumbnail that my videos are talking about things through the lens of a competitive video game anymore. But I digress. A format getting stale is something I can adapt to. What's been harder to adapt to is changes in how people watch YouTube. Let me explain. So when I began my career on YouTube, people were watching on one of two devices. They were either watching from their computer or from their phone, with a tiny percentage of people viewing from game consoles, smart TVs, and tablets. Now, TV has actually overtaken desktop viewership, while smartphone usage has remained about the same. Okay, but why does any of that matter? Who cares?
Okay, so that is an interesting byproduct of my transition from shorts creator to live stream creator, is exactly what he just said. The change in the way people view content, right, has been like really weird for my channel. The algorithm really doesn't like it because people are watching more but clicking less. So the engagement is much reduced because not everybody types in chat like Angry Casper does over here with a full-on spurg every chance you get. We need more spurgs in our life. But it's technically more beneficial for my channel to do the view time thing than it is to do the engagement thing. What YouTube wants me to do is do both of it all the time. And that shit kills people. That's burnout.
Huh.
Cares where people are watching? Well, the types of videos that audiences like changes based on the device that they're watching from. People watching on TV tend to prefer much longer videos. You know, something to throw on in the background while they're playing Balatro on their phone. And people watching on their phones tend to prefer videos of another sort. So I should probably talk about the other biggest shift in viewership I've seen. Shorts. It was funny.
Pay attention to this part because shorts are still a huge part of YouTube algorithm boosting. If you can jump into the algorithm on shorts,
if you do it right,
you can really seriously boost your visibility of your channel. If you do it wrong, it will bury you.
When YouTube Shorts first launched, there was no like back-end tick box that you could check to ensure that your video would be marked as a short. Instead, you just had to upload a video that was less than 60 seconds long and include hashtag shorts in the video title. And only then would your video maybe get included.
And that was the era in which I started my channel, where you had to literally create it as a short in the YouTube studio, regardless of what method by which you uploaded it. There was no surefire way to make sure it landed in the shorts algorithm. And I had a whole shit ton of jokes and hot takes and stuff that just never made it into the shorts bit. And eventually I took them down off of the channel because they were supposed to be shorts, but they somehow didn't make the criteria. And it was random as fuck too.
In the YouTube Shorts player. I mean, in 2021 and 22, my videos pretty much always cracked 2 million views easily, and almost always wound up on YouTube trending as well. So why would I change what I was doing? I'm not sure if any of you remember when YouTube had stories, but I kind of assumed that YouTube Shorts were going to end up in the same category of features that YouTube tried to lift from other successful platforms and then threw in the garbage once they realized the fad had passed. And in this case, I was wrong. YouTube Shorts have in fact eclipsed long-form viewership, and it's not showing any signs of slowing down. So I kind of feel like I missed the boat. Not completely. I've had a few shorts crush it views-wise once I finally started doing them this year. But broadly, I do feel like I kind of got frog-boiled because of how secure I felt with my numbers during COVID. When everyone's stuck at home with nothing to do, I could afford to be a bit more conservative with my upload schedule and still do fine. But now that the world is back to its usual hustle and bustle, I do feel like I had a false sense of security in ignoring shorts.
All right, so this is another point. This is part of what leads to the lack of engagement, that fall off trend. He started making content, got him a style, got him a format, got him a method, and just did that some more. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. It's easy to do that. This is one of the reasons why I do production work for various channels, like voice work for Scully, different people that I've interviewed. I've worked with them, and it's because I'm a creative guy. I don't have a whole lot of go get it. I'm not out here trying to fucking, build a huge brand or anything. I'm out here trying to make better content. And I want you to make better content. You may, and you, Uncle John, and John Boy, and all of y'all, right? You were all there in this dream of mine that everybody makes better content. So you lose interest. You build a format that works. It works well. And then each week it works slightly less well. And one of two things takes place. You do more outlandish shit, or you double down on how much of the boring ass shit you're doing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But that don't mean don't innovate.
So I got some questions on that, right?
Okay.
I did check in. My internet is going to be down till 5:40, but apparently my phone's working right now for internet, which is good. So shorts, right? I see shorts as being valuable and putting onto your YouTube channel, and I like the long form format. That's what I prefer. But I can definitely see tons of things that I could make into shorts that I think would be awesome. So I try to do it with like different studios. God damn, those are freaking hard to make by yourself.
Yes.
Changing the format to the phone and like putting the images in the right places and doing things like that. I tried to use some AI. AI. What do you use?
I'm gonna revolutionize the way you look at this.
Yeah, please.
First of all of your editing and stuff, all of that stuff, that's all going to be more difficult than this. The simplest way I've found to make a short that anybody can do, provided their phone has the capability, there is a remix button in YouTube. You can cut 5 seconds out of someone else's video, which gives you enough time generally to catch a quote, a fairly tight one, but a quote, and then you can deliver your response to it. You get, I think, 45 seconds of response time if you need it, right? My advice on this type of stuff is to go and clip, for you specifically, is to clip random big name atheists out there that are making a succinct statement, and then deliver your 45-second rebuttal, right? This will do two things. When you set up the thing, first of all, it automatically links it back to the original video that you cut it from, right? And then if you choose your title well, which is something that's a totally different discussion, and then go in and pick the right frame to be the start thumbnail that pops up when you're scrolling through, if you can get the right thumbnail, you can guarantee 10,000 views. I mean, just right. You get the right title, same type of performance, 5,000-6,000 views. And that's on a channel.
I've done a lot of debates, and I've crushed most of my debates. And there's so many times where I'm just like, that's such a perfect short right there. I just crushed this person. And I tried to like manually put that together, and it always
it's
sucks.
hard. I mean, if you've got to go in and use OBS to clip the clip, change the format, change what you're focused in on. If you've got to go and do all of that, it's not
worth fit it in the phone format, right?
Right. But when you go in and do the remix bit, which is in the short, someone's already made a short of something, right? and you click the remix button on it. You can use the music from it, the vocals from it. You can use, there's a few different arrangements that you can choose. It's a lot easier, although it's more difficult to find topics. Like specifically what I do, and YouTube's just about neutered me on this because I don't get any of these types of videos anymore in my shorts feed. All I get in my shorts feed are fucking dancing bitches and angry liberals. That's it. That's all I see. And so it's only every now and then that I see something that's funny, because I don't want to pick on people. I have no interest in picking on people for their politics. I could do that. And no, I don't want to. That just seems, that's starting on a negative foot. That's hate. I'm not interested. Right. So I try to do something funny. I go find a clip of somebody slipping and falling or tripping, and I make some smart ass remark, or someone else with like lots of tattoos or something, or there's this one, it actually got took down because it got more views than the original. Right. And it was this chick talking to the camera, and she had all her Metal Gear Solid face in, right? Like fucking septum piercings, cheek piercings, cat whiskers, eyebrow piercings, you know, the whole gear, right? She looked like a bait and tackle shop. And I made like 3 smart ass remarks about it. This fucker hits 14,000 views. She takes the original down because she couldn't figure out how to turn off my ability to make shorts. And I made like 10 shorts out of it. I probably cleared 30,000 views in 24 hours. And then she took them down. I got to keep the views, but all of the evidence of how those views became, it's like my alligator short's gone. My horse doing the powdered turbo is gone. That was one of the best. I got like 30,000 views on it before it got took down. I mean, I think it was sailing, so that was in like 2.5 hours. Like that shit was going, bro. And all it was is I found a clip of a horse taking vitamins. Have you ever seen a horse take vitamins?
No.
What they do is they take the powdered vitamins and they mix them with some sweet oats or something the horse likes, and they just stir it up in there. But some horses actually like the vitamins, and they'll come over and just eat it. You can just throw a pile of the powder on the freaking board, and they'll just snarl it right the fuck up. Somebody stretched out some horse vitamins on a long rail, and the horse come through and was like, blang, 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 blang. And then the next scene was some Indian freaking rickshaw race and a horse that's obviously not normal. Right? If you catch like homeboy power sliding through the third turn over yonder at Mach 2. And I clipped that and I said, oh yeah, right, because that horse is on that powdered turbo. Bam. They fucking whacked my ass with a no, they didn't even strike me on that one. What they did is they took the video down and sent me a warning, but I already had a warning. It should have been a strike, and I never did. Nothing ever happened. They said it was a warning, but I didn't get a warning, and I didn't get a strike. The next strike thing that I had happen, there were 2 guys in a boat, and the guy driving, there are 3 guys because there's a dude filming, there's a dude at the wheel, and there's another dude laying in the front of the boat. And the guy at the wheel goes, "There's one, George." And the other guy laying in the front of the boat leans over, and there's an alligator in the water. And he reaches his hand under the alligator's chin and picks him up. And the alligator opens his mouth. And the second he does, he spikes a beer on it, and tosses it to the boat driver, spikes another beer, and shotguns it, and lets the alligator go. Alligator swims off, kind of confused, but unharmed. And I asked what level of Florida this is. And that one took off like a rocket, and I got a strike promoting animal cruelty. And it was then that I realized one of the people that I interviewed back in the day reports every single one of my videos. If I upload, if I do live right now, there's a report sitting at YouTube for this live stream. It went up about 10 seconds after I went live, and they don't even email me about it anymore.
Good Lord.
I don't know, man. Some people just are born to hate.
True. I learned that really quick in this universe. As soon as I jumped on here, I started getting the hatred. So I get that.
Yeah,
I got thick skin though.
And YouTube has a compressed time frame too. Like it's 6 months on YouTube feels like 2 years. Like it feels like a really long time. But if your monkey ass disappeared tomorrow, you'd be completely forgotten by the end of the week. Right?
This is something actually really I realize is like if I don't want to do this and I don't want to continue moving on with what I'm doing, if I drop off and I don't actually pay attention to YouTube, I'm sure if I dropped off for a week or maybe a day, somebody might be like, "Where did he go?" And then I'm gone.
Well, everybody needs a break sometimes.
True.
I'm not going to bother someone just because they've disappeared for a couple of days. I might wait a month, bro. But at the same time, I might also have searched your name for arrest warrants, hospitals, death, obituaries. Maybe.
Well, thank God, goodness, somebody's like looking out for us.
As long as you don't show up on any of these lists over here, I'm not going to bother you about what the hell you're doing until it becomes a missing person type scenario, right? Like, I'm not here to bother nobody is what I'm saying. Now, on the other hand, if I happen to have your phone number and you doing some whacked out terms of service violations because you just took 5 shots and are getting a little bit tight, I will straight call you during a live stream and be like, the fuck are you doing, bro? Calm down. And then I'll try to come up there and talk you down off the ledge because some people need to be talked down sometimes.
Oh, for sure. And that's always appreciated. I'm gonna sign off.
Yeah, but
and Cash, I don't know if this counts as our official first introduction on your channel, but I hope I can do it again.
Oh yeah. Any old Thursday, I'll do a Sasquatch Shields. But I mean, we can schedule that whenever it's convenient to you if you want to do it. If you don't, we can skip it and do some other shit.
It's hard. I have 3 kids and business I'm trying to grow, and I'm doing this at the same time. Always
Some
trying to.
YouTubers can't actually use clocks. They can't actually like tell time and shit, and so they can be at a place at a certain time, but they can't be there unless you do the time zones for them. It's wild, bro. It's like herding cats, right? So if you tell someone whenever's convenient for you, they'll just forget about it and walk away. But if you tell them at 8 p.m. on Thursdays, they'll be like, okay, I can do that, right? So whether you want to schedule it for whenever the fuck is convenient for you, if you can do that, that's cool. We could email me, just tell me when, give me 2 hours, and we're good. The actual show's 57 minutes, but there's an after show where previous guests have preferred, like, have privilege, right? So if some rando asshole pops up on panel and I've got a full panel, and then say Dusty shows up, or Grim Reaper, or the Raging Tomato shows up, they get the seat, and there's no negotiation on that. If you're not a previous guest, that's what Shields, you don't get preferred treatment in After Dark. And I don't even care if you bitch about it in chat. I'll fucking boot your ass and we'll talk to you later. I have no fucking sympathy for it. During the stream,
I think you know what you see from me. Like, I have no problem with anybody. I'm never going to bitch about anything. Freaking come at me with full guns. I'm always ready.
You can complain, but nobody wants to hear it.
Yeah, exactly.
You have a lovely evening, brother.
All right. You guys have a good night.
You too.
I'm sure if you press the right button, you'll figure it out. All right, ladies.
Hey,
How you doing?
how you doing?
What is that from?
That is from Friends. That is Joey.
Okay, yeah.
How you doing?
Oh my gosh, that was said so much in my house because my parents love that show. It was my mom and dad.
That looks like Natural Born Killers to me. What's the picture behind you?
Oh no. That's from that movie. What is that movie? The Great Lebowski? The Big Lebowski.
The Big Lebowski.
I love that movie.
Yeah.
Where she sits up and says, I'll suck your
Right.
6 or whatever
For $1,000.
for $1,000.
Pretty sure.
Yep. Yeah.
It's
I'm
like
pretty sure
Homeboy's
that.
wife. It's his wife. It's so hilarious. That movie breaks my brain.
Have you
He
seen
took
Paperman?
he took a screenshot, I think, of when she said like that was painted at that exact moment. That's what he wanted painted was when she was saying that, and that's what Dusty had painted for himself. So
It's good stuff. I've got a painting over here. It's hands down my favorite painting. I might even still have it in my media assets over here. It's been around on the channel for thick and ever.
I need to put the one that says "Shut the fuck up, Donnie."
Nope.
That's
So anyway, very early in my YouTube career, I don't know if you've ever heard of Hammerson Peters.
nope.
Okay, he does Great White North Canadian folklore and tall tales and historical diary entries, and he just reads them. He narrates the stories. He does these cheeky little cartoony videos and still frames and the whole nine, right? He does videos. He's a narrator, and I got in touch with him about doing a show, and he was like, "Hey, actually, that's really cool. I might need to bring that up. God, I hope I didn't delete it." I'm like, "Hey, can you do an interview?" He's like, "No, but if you send me some questions, I'll send you a response." And I was like, "Cool." And I sent him a list of questions, and he sent me a response, which included an animated video that he did specifically for me about a particular story that was too bloody for him to put in his own channel. My channel's 18 plus, his is G, right? And it's excellent. It's everything you can ask for. And then I found out that this other guy was doing his artwork, like all of the freehand paintings and stuff that were in a lot of his videos was done by this dude on YouTube who had just started a channel, had like 4 subscribers. And I pop over to one of his live streams where he is painting the painting I have hanging on my wall. It was one of his very first ones. It wasn't his first attempt to live stream. It was his first successful attempt to paint live streaming. So like he had done a black screen where he recorded the sound of him painting, and he had done a muted one where you could see the painting, but you really couldn't see what was happening because the camera was constantly doing this weird. And so all of that got taken down. And this is the first successful painting that he filmed on YouTube, right? You can go look at it on his channel today, watch him paint it. And I got in touch with him and got him in for an interview. And we did 2. We did one where we went over the Hammerson Peters video that he sent, and then one where we went over his channel. And at the time, he was painting the taste of Taco Bell, which is hilarious. And the name of the channel is An Abstract Look. That's awesome. He hasn't uploaded in a coon's age. He got a digital art thing, a job doing what he loves to do, and pretty much left YouTube. Shows up in chat every once in a blue moon. But he had sold the painting, and the person that had
an
bought
abstract look.
An abstract look. The person that bought the painting wanted a different painting that he had made, and he traded the paintings to get this one back, and I bought this one from him. And it's fucking... If you go look at my channel, it's the banner. The weird fall leaves that it looks like up there, that's the painting in question. It's everything on my channel is associated with it, and that it was one of the first artworks that I uploaded of any type. I mean, that includes the backgrounds, the overlays, everything. It was the first thing.
Oh.
I wish I had a picture of it handy that I could just throw up, but I don't. Maybe.
Well, I just went to his channel. His paintings are awesome. Abstract is is a bit harder than it looks.
Well, like
That's
I said,
the kind of paintings I do.
when when I interviewed him, he was about halfway through a series on the taste of Taco Bell. He would literally go by Taco Bell, sit down, eat a gordito crunch wrap or whatever it was, and paint a painting based on the meal. Brilliant. It's genius if you think about it. I mean, if he was a little bit more quippish, if he had a little bit more stage presence, that would have went off like a Bob Ross special, bro. It'd be huge. But he's kind of one track minded, and so when he's painting, he's just painting. He's like that 5-year-old kid with his tongue stuck out the corner of his mouth doing a thing, completely in his zone. You know, it's obviously his natural environment. And then when he realizes people are watching, he's like, "Oh shit!" And he
I
gets
thought
all
about
weird.
doing a painting, like painting along with Bob Ross. There's a lot of those out there. I don't know if you've ever painted along with Bob Ross, but he'll really piss you off.
I failed art.
So, well, I don't know. It's probably like 10 years ago. My stepmom got my dad a Bob Ross paint set. So then my dad taught me how to do it. Which I've made some decent paintings, but when you follow along with Bob Ross, it suddenly gets not so easy.
Well, you're not painting, you're copying. You're doing
Well,
what
yeah.
Ross does.
Yeah.
That's a little different.
It'll make you so mad. Even if you know what, like, you're kind of like wanting the end to look like. You wouldn't expect it to look exactly like his. But like one thing I've always had trouble with, like making big like thunder clouds. They come out as these little like poofy, fluffy, just white. They don't look like thunder clouds. Let's just say that. They just look like little
I failed art.
little clouds. That doesn't mean crap.
I didn't fail art because I didn't do the assignments. I failed art because I was allowed to choose my own art. And every time I turned something in, that lady would look at me and say, "Sasquatch, this is engineering, not art." Because everything I turned in did something.
Like what? Well, that's right. That is art.
That was my opinion. I painted the motherfucking thing. What's the problem? She didn't appreciate that very much. But
art teachers, stuff like that in school, like, ooh, that's pretty. Did you make that?
Yeah, I've been making these scratch boards, and I've been making them all night, like while we were on stream. I did this one.
I know you know.
I know you know. I know you know.
I want one that says, "I know what you did last summer."
The truth is not mine being questioned.
The truth is a lion. It needs only be set free.
Who are you?
I did one of those little scratch things in art, and it was really cool. But the teacher ticked me off, so I threw it in the trash.
So what's your point? What's your point?
Totally different form of art.
Yeah, I like these. They're really quick. This one says focus.
I used to write poetry, but I never really did it in like to publish or anything like that. I would just scribble some doggerel in some book somewhere, and eventually it kind of became something like a drug. It's probably associated with certain drugs, but I don't want to get into that too much. Anyway, I ended up just writing literal reams and reams of iambic pentameter, various types of rhyming schemes, just to see how hard it is to do it. Yet I can't rap. Interesting, huh? So huge vocabulary, doing all of the fucking things that you do, and imagine my shock. I lose my my notebook. I've got this notebook full of poems. You know, every stupid goth high schooler out there ever had them, right? But here's the thing. I never signed my poems with my name. It was always with a pen name, right? And I had a half dozen of them that I used over the time. And so all of these poems in the same book, I lose it. Disappears. Imagine my shock when the next high school paper comes out and we do this full literary magazine thing, and there are 14 poems in this thing, and I wrote 12 of them, and it's under 9 different pen names. And it was so fucked up because a buddy of mine had done the art for that issue, and my name was put in place of the art, and his name was put in place of a couple of the poems, right? And I went to the teacher that was responsible for doing this particular literary magazine for the high schools. I went to him and I was like, "Hey, any chance you can tell me where you got some of these poems?" And he's like, "Oh, the 2 that you turned in?" And I was like, "Yeah, and some of the other ones." He's like, "Which ones?" And I opened up a copy of it and ripped out the last poem and dropped it in the trash, and then handed him the book and said, "All of these." He said, "Actually, those were all submitted by different teachers." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "Well, they brought me this. I'll show you." And he opened up a drawer, pulled out a thick ass rubber banded stack of different stuff. And he went through, and it was pages from that notebook that had been torn out and apparently dropped somewhere. And some teacher found it. And the prize, like, some have been balled up, some have been written on and stuff. It looked like 5-year-olds had gotten a hold to it. So it was just weird that it happened that way. That whole issue was almost entirely me. And then they screwed up the naming in it so that I apparently I drew a painting or something. That's what I was credited. Like, I don't know. I got an idea. We're going to do this. And then we're going to do this.
Welcome to space. What were you expecting? It's a dangerous place. Thank you for investing. Go there for your rota, there for your orders. Fill up these quotas, we'll bill for your quarters. Report to your foreman, but watch for marauders. Cause if you get eaten, there's fees for your mourners.
Prosperity's there in the care of magnates, and halcyon heaven awaits.
Did you think it was supposed to look like the poster? It mostly does, oh, if you'd only read closer.
Just 10 short years to a new frontier. Snooze as you cruise and you'll wake up here.
You've been trapped in that ship for an awful long time, so perhaps you have simply forgot what you signed. Oh, honestly, did you not read the colony policy that defined you as company property? That waivers your say in autonomy. The conglomerates got you in lock and key. We put the dollar back into idolatry. If you're upset, you can rent an apology. We are a family forged in bureaucracy. No I in teen, but there's con in economy. Were you expecting adventure? Were you hoping for fun? My friend, you're indentured and pleasures exempt from your tenure. So venture back down to your slum that's provided at generous prices. Your worth is determined by your sacrifices.
A small term of service went down on the surface. Internment's a freebie that comes with the purchase.
Ourselves the right to die, ourselves the right to live. out the paperwork and you could look around. We're happy as can be inside the Valley Cannery. We live to pack the cans of meat and not to question where it's found until we end up in the ground around the corner in the yard. You know, we thought we liked the sound of finding glory in the stars. The borders taught us to be proud of never reaching very far. So we earn what we're allowed and give it right back at the bar.
The ale to cure what ails you. Zero G Brew, your favorite flavor. So work till you bleed. Ennobled by labor, then purchase relief from your local retailer.
If you'd rather drop dead, that's fine. But you know to drop it down dead, there's a fine. So you do your job and I'll do mine. I gotta meet a 6 foot deep bottom line.
We make a fortune for the board by selling boredom door to door, because it's all that we deserve and it is all we can afford. The secrets of the universe and all the worlds to be explored, but our dreams are back on earth and now the work is our reward.
And you'll be grateful for seats at the table, though it tips at one end and the bench is unstable.
You may waste your days, but at least you were able to pay off your grave since we leased you your cradle.
Be faithful and pray, we'll repay what you invest. Behave as you slave for humanity's interest. On account that you're all on account and we're quickly amounting humanity's interest. You'd think that we'd sink to the brink of rebellion with markets dependent on peddling weapons. The architect tells them the secret to heaven is simply consuming whatever we sell them.
We work to earn the right to work, 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 to earn the right to give ourselves the right to buy ourselves the right to live, to earn the right to die.
You should have read the fine print, my friend. Should have read the fine print. You should have read the fine print, my friend. Should have read the fine print. Welcome to our little town. Why don't you settle down? We just fill out the paperwork and you can look around. We work and then 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 we end up in the ground. Welcome to our little town. Why don't you settle down? We just fill out the paperwork and you can look around. We work and then we work and then we work and then we work and then we work. Should have read the fine print.
Here and here and initial here. Welcome to the family.
I gotta bounce. Thanks a lot for proving just how ugly and immature you are. It's been real. And just so you know, I don't really care about your problems.